Did you ever have like things that you needed and you couldn't get because you just don't make enough money? That's the reason you need to start your own business. Some people think, the only thing about starting a business like to make money, to, instead of having a job, or to quit your job, etc., etc. But one thing that a lot of people don't think about, and you should, is that you should start a business just to pay for things you couldn't afford otherwise. So you don't have to be a big success. All you have to make enough money to pay for X, Y, Z. Maybe to pay for a vacation every year. It could be just enough money to pay for medical, health insurance, something like that. So a lot of people need that. So revisit starting a business. Everyone can start a business. You'll be surprised things that you can do that you can build a business around. One of the easiest ones and the most profitable right now is the business broker opportunity that we offer. You'll be seeing, if you're watching this on our broadcast channels, you'll be able to see those videos about a business brokering opportunity. And the reason for that is that for most of the work, so-called, that you'll need to do, all you have to do is transfer the client or the phone call to us, and we'll handle those clients. We'll do the consulting for you. We'll do the heavy lifting. You don't have to worry about anything like that. And what that does is that it frees you up to stay at your 9-to-5 job, to live your life the way you're living it now, not make any significant changes at all, and increase your income. And like I said, maybe you're not interested in a 6-figure income or a 7-figure income. You don't need to get that. If you don't want that, you don't need to build it to that degree. Maybe you need some medical insurance. Maybe you want to invest in real estate. You want to be able to have a cushion to do some project or some real estate development or something else like that, or have just to put away for retirement or for a rainy day. These things you can do by starting a business like our business broker, because the business broker, you don't really have to invest in land or equipment or buying a building. You don't have to buy an established business. It's something that you can start and work from home, and you get the tax benefit. You get that money back in your tax refund at the end of the year. Anything that's involved in the licensing and getting it started with our network. But outside of that, everything's positive with that. You get the benefits that, you make money. You get what you want. If you need the medical insurance, you want to pay, even if you want your rent paid. You just live rent-free because the business is paying for your rent. Things like that. And all those, again, exactly what you do with that income, you have to check with your tax accountant. I'm not giving you tax advice. Just ask your tax people how to handle that income and how to handle the things that you get for yourself in the business or from the business. That's something for them to work out with you. But it is definitely an easy option for most of you. Instead of waiting for a salary raise, waiting for something else to help to play, you guys playing lotto. You guys, come on. Right now, this is your lotto. You can decide to make 7 figures, period. Just make the decision and become a business broker in our network. Plus the fact that at least if you join up and you're the only one in that city, you'll have exclusivity and you have no way of losing, because actually you're the one and only person that other businesses will be able to depend on to get the services that we provide, to get the benefits from our network. And there are so many businesses that you'll be able to help. I mean, you'll be the most connected individual in your city once you get up and rolling. So consider those things and those benefits. What would that mean to your bottom line? You know, these are the things you have to consider. And look at our video, the broker business broker, at mycbh.com/LP/BB. That's it. Okay. Here waiting for the kids, a bus, traffic going by, you know, and that's our daily thing. Okay? Right now, I'm still making money, even though I'm walking out here. I could go to the beach. Yesterday, we were at Animal Kingdom and still making money, because everything goes on, even when I'm not there, not around. That's a sweet and beautiful thing. Take care. in restaurant business, a big problem happening out there for a couple of restaurants, more to come. But then they seem to be blaming, what is it, competition? Really? We're going to talk about that today. I know the real reason. It's one that they're not willing to deal with. So we're going to talk about that today on Restaurant Business. Come on in. Come on in. We're talking restaurant food. And it's just amazing what these guys try to get away with. Let me just adjust some of the cameras out there. It just never ends. It never ends. How people try to hide the truth. They don't want to deal with the truth. It's almost like they said in that movie, right? You can't handle the truth. But I think that's one of the things happening right now in the news, in the restaurant business. So we're going to look at that today. Is it the competition really? Is that the real reason your restaurant is failing or restaurant fails? We're going to look at that because I know what's really happening. Let's look at this article. It came out today. So this is fresh stuff, boy. You can't get better than this. Let's head out over there and take a look and see what these guys are talking about, trying to get away with. This is from Restaurant Business. Online.com is the URL. Financing, in the section financing, and then restaurant bankruptcies are increasing. You just do a search for that. Look for that. It should be on their headline page, and you'll find that easily. The title is Restaurant Bankruptcies Are Increasing and More Could Be on the Way. And so we have a Fitch Ratings report that says that Steak and Shake and Checkers are at risk. Logan's Roadhouse and Old Chicago owner Kraftworks Holdings. Go back to November, and there you have been seeing 7 bankruptcies accounting for 13 restaurant chains. And that's not including the filing by Big Sonic Drive-In franchisee SD Holdings. Others are likely coming too. According to a report Wednesday by Fitch Ratings, burger chains like Checkers and Rally's and Steak and Shake are among the names facing a greater risk of Chapter 11 filing. In addition, Big Pizza Hut and Wendy's franchisee NPC International is considering a bankruptcy filing. And in its report, and this is what we're going to focus on in today's show, Fitch cited reasons for the industry's challenges that will surprise nobody reading this post, according to the author here. It says a long period of declining sales due to heightened competition, shifting consumer tastes and rising competition from food delivery options, and the inability to maintain brand relevancy, along with higher labor costs due to increasing minimum wages. That is the reason being put out there for these restaurants for their failing situation. Now, I don't know which of these restaurants you in particular have yourself visited and have first-hand knowledge of, but I want to talk about the 2 that I have visited or frequented, and they're mentioned in this article. The 2 that I'm going to be focusing on, and actually, wait a minute, actually 3. There's actually 3 of the restaurants here. Let me just give a quick check again. I don't know what the other 13 restaurant chains were, but at least 3 here. Which one is still amazing? At least 3 here are ones that I have frequented and I can talk about. Someone commented that their breakfast is still amazing. Which of the restaurants are you speaking about? But in any case, and the 3 that I'm going to talk about is Wendy's. We're going to talk about a little bit about Pizza Hut, and then we're going to talk about Steak and Shake. because those are ones that I have frequented, and I believe Checkers. I can't remember the name of the place, but if Checkers is like the white restaurant, small thing where you order, in small windows from the outside, mostly like drive through or something like that, and they got little checker marks alongside in their sign. If that's it, I've been there. Okay, so there's at least 3 or 4 that I can talk firsthand of what I can tell you a little bit more about what's really going on. So, and here goes. This is it. These when you have a restaurant, this is for people. Again, we're doing a restaurant business series, and people who are interested in starting a restaurant or getting into a food business. It's a lot of things that you guys have to be careful about. Again, business is as in all different areas, is tough. Business is not easy, and these guys are succumbing to things that really, when they're at this level, you got 13 restaurant chains. Come on now, what do you know? Or do you know anything? If you have 13 restaurant chains, you need to be at that level, a little expert, and be able to make some moves. Now, the problem here could be that because they're so big, they are slow as well. So they're slow to make changes. They're slow to see what's happening in the marketplace and to accommodate or adapt so that they can survive, because that's on a reality of everything and everyone on the planet. You have to make changes when things are changing so you can adapt and survive or overcome. So that is obviously, I think, any company, any business who is unable to move quickly in response to changes in the business world or in the marketplace, I think you're just asking for trouble. I mean, you guys have to realize this. You don't have to be a large restaurant either, business, to have this issue. We've done shows in the past that show, what do you call it, one owner or family owned businesses. You only have one guy there at the head, at the helm, and he's just coasting and letting his business go down the tubes and just watching it, and you say, like, I can't do anything. So it's like, seems ridiculous. I'm going to show you the proofing here. The evidence is that if you have a small restaurant, one location, you have the owner, the original owner, the family business, and they find they're running this thing and it's going down the tubes, and they just sitting there like waiting, like for the last brick to drop or whatever it is. And then you find these 13 different restaurant chain holding companies, right? And they're doing the same thing. There's a problem here. There is a big, big, big problem here. And I think they're both suffering from the same thing. I think that the large corporate franchisees, the large corporate owners they don't have their finger on the pulse of the business and the environment that it's in. And I think you guys are losing. You don't see what's going on in your own restaurants. This other name, what's this other, the donut place, Krispy Kreme. I'm surprised that they're not going to be having issues too. But you heard it here. You heard it here. Okay? No one's heard that Krispy Kreme are having a problem, right? No one's heard about it. But remember, when you hear it, you'll know why, because I told you why. Unless they see this video and make changes.
But at least the Krispy Kreme that I saw, I did a show on this already. The workers are treated horribly, horribly, and I for one noticed. I noticed it. I came in as a regular customer, and I could notice that these guys were oppressed. It's almost like they were being run by slave owners, and they were, they were slaves on the plantation. It's really dismal. I said, I don't know how this business can survive. But anyway, but not digressing into this other burger places and things like that. Wendy's. Let's just start with Wendy's. Wendy's, I appreciate Wendy's because it provides, as far as the appearance of the burger, the things that they promote in their burgers, and actually when you get the burger, it seems experientially, which means by the tasting, by looking at what's in the sandwich, and it seems to be that they provide, comparing it with other sandwiches from other fast food places, especially the burger places, the big ones. It seems that Wendy's provides a better sandwich in terms that it has the onions. I know everyone doesn't like onions or stuff like that, but it has onions. It has the tomatoes. It has the things in it that make the sandwich. This is a hamburger with stuff. So you get that, and it's not too greasy stuff. It's not like the custom burger places where you get all that bacon and you get this what do you call the onion rings and all that. Although I think Wendy does have a sandwich with onion rings in it, but the ones I'm talking with the special buns is like big and massive. So we're not talking about that. That's like another experience. You don't want that. People don't want that sandwich in a Wendy's or even in a McDonald's or anything. You're not really looking for that. But in terms of the burgers, from places, fast food restaurants of name, of renown, like McDonald's and Wendy's and Burger King, whatnot, Wendy's provides a pretty good player or contribution in the burger market, fast food market. So, I don't really see it's distinguished. It's distinguished from the others. It has its own place. So I don't really see if they're looking at the big boys there and those like Five Guys, I think, Five Guys and whatnot, these other burger places that have their master burgers, that you like for monster burgers and stuff like it. That's not the right people to say that they're competing, even if the people that your customers go there and frequent there. That doesn't mean, because we're not going to go always to Five Guys. We're not always going to go to the other, top custom chef signed or signature burgers out there all the time. When we want to have a fast food experience, because that's all the time we have, we're going to hit what our best options are. And at least for me and my family, one of them is Wendy's. I mean, if you were asking me, okay, we have a McDonald's, we have a Burger King, and we have a Wendy's. Which do you want to go to? If you were asking me, I'd say take me to the Wendy's, because the Wendy's got my onions. They make their sandwich, really a good thing. Okay, so that's what I would do. If there was only a Mickey D's and a Burger King, I would always go to the McDonald's, but I would, after a while, I would say, let's try Burger King because I haven't been there. Simply, I haven't been there in a while, which is sad for them. I understand, but that's the way I feel about it. But in any case, the Wendy's is the winner in my book. But here's the problem. So you say, if Wendy's is the winner in your book, so why are you pointing out what a problem may be for them that's not described here? Because so far it sounds like, well, Maybe you're going too much to the Five Guys or to the other, Master Chef burger places. The answer to that is no. That's not what's happening, and I'll tell you what's happening. Because in every time I go to a Wendy's, what I find is that the place is unkept. Now, this may tie in to what they said here about increased higher labor costs. So if you notice that, let's look at that again. I want to point out something, especially the way people say things, but then they're not realizing what the effect on the customer. Now, look at this again so you can see for your own eyes what it is I'm talking about, and probably what the corporate authorities are talking about. Here, they say one of the reasons, or one of the final reasons, is that they have a higher labor costs due to increasing minimum wages. But again, they're not saying, as I've been noticing, is this? Let me see if you guys. I want you guys to see it because this is important. Higher labor costs due to increasing minimum wages. Now, I know as a business person that one of the things that we do in business is we deal with problems in certain ways. When I have to pay out more in terms of hourly wages, the tendency, it's a logical one, is to reduce employment. In other words, we get rid of one employee, and then we can divvy up the salary that we were paying anyhow, because we're not getting more sales. See, we're not making more sales to make more profit so that we can pay higher salary for everyone. If you guys want higher salary, people need to understand this. If people want higher salaries, what they're asking for is for one or two of their compadres, fellow workers, to lose their job, because that's what we're going to do. People don't understand that when they're all these union guys and all that, they want more money. Okay, what's going to happen? Okay, I can give you more money. I can give you twice the amount of money, but I'm going to get rid of half of the workforce. See? And that means that you are going to have to do the work of two people. Now, that's no good either, is it? Okay? So that's the problem. So when they say they have higher labor costs due to increasing minimum wages, they're saying two things. They're saying that they're not making any more sales because the profits aren't going higher. So it's kind of stagnant. And then they've had to fire, because they weren't holding on. They fired people. In other words, they have less people working, which then creates the problem that when I get to the Wendy's, the store, the restaurant is dirty. It's dirty. I get to the Wendy's, the tables are not cleaned. Now, if the company wants to contact me, there's ways for you guys to find out where I am and how to contact me. I will be more than happy to tell you which of these restaurants that I frequent and that I found to be almost filthy. Not as filthy as the Burger King, but that's a different story. There's one Burger King here that is the filthiest restaurant that I can imagine walking into. But also the Wendy is disappointing as well. And we're in a tourist area. We are not in like a low income neighborhood or something where you would expect, the bathroom hasn't been cleaned in a few weeks. you would expect it in a place like that. But we're in a very busy, I think in the United States, the #1 tourist area in the United States. You guys guess what that is? Orlando. We're right here next to Disney. And right next to Disney, where everyone on the planet comes for holiday, we have a filthy Wendy's. I mean, it's just filthy compared to other. If you go to a Chick-fil-A, now we talk about comparison. Walk into a Chick-fil-A, and you can probably eat off the floor. Not that you need to there, but if you had to, I mean, you wouldn't gag at the thought, because actually a Chick-fil-A place is pretty clean, that place. And they're going to come and serve you anyway, and make it nice, and put out a tablecloth, and they're going to give you some white glove service. That's the Chick-fil-A. But if you go to this like a Wendy's, and we're talking about, somebody got to get out there and do some cleaning. So, in fact, that's made me reduce my visits to Wendy's or any burger place. Anything I see. That Burger King, I try to go to a Burger King, because like once in a year you have to do it, and it just can't. I'd rather avoid a Burger King here, because it's distressing. And if it's not that the place is dirty, I mean, they may pass a mop on it, but it's just the place is dirty. It's not just about passing mop. Somebody got to understand the science of cleaning a restaurant. It's not just passing a mop. You have to maintain the look, the appearance. Just like you tell them about the sandwiches. The sandwich has to appear this way. This is the way you got it. Well, the cleaning of the floor has to also result in this appearance. Because if you don't have it, we got a problem here, Houston. And this is what you guys are running a restaurant. It's my restaurant rant. You guys are running a restaurant, and you're making it look like you're running it in a subway in New York City. Have you ever been in one of those? That's how it's getting now. And the way you guys make these restaurants, that when they get like older and grittier, they look just like a subway tunnel, a subway station. It just, it's just a bad thing. Because I grew up in New York City, and I know like tiles on the wall, the white tiles on the wall, those were used in the bathrooms of the subway. And not that I frequented them, by the way, just a note. One time I had a bad problem I needed to get fixed, and I needed some relief. And the one time in all my life that I needed to use the bathroom in the subway, New York City, there was no bathroom. First of all, there was no bathroom to use. There was the room, it said bathroom, but it had no toilets, it had no urinals, and yet it was full of people. I don't know what's going on. I went in, I'm sure they looked at me like, what is this guy doing? I went in, I went all the way to the back, I saw no toilets, and I just walked out, because I didn't even I was in such a dire need to sit and let it go. Sorry about that, but I have to tell the truth. I had no time to even bother looking at what was going on, if anything was going on. I can't tell you right now if anything. I just left. I had to go out of the station and had to find a restaurant, unfortunately, that at least they had a bathroom that was working. But again, they let these places go, and it's just terrible. So again, I don't see why they are just talking about higher labor costs when, there's certain standards that should be maintained in any restaurant, especially branded restaurants that are a chain restaurant, because this has damaging effects throughout your chain. It's not just one location. You got various locations. And when you start having people talking bad about this, I went in there, it was like this, I went in there, the service was horrible, that's creates a ripple effect. And we're talking about where people are going to eat. You have to have cleanliness. Now we got this issue with coronavirus. And this is just the beginning, folks. This is just the beginning. In restaurants, you're going to have an issue if you do not demonstrate cleanliness and make the people feel confident that they're in a clean place and the workers have cleaned themselves appropriately. Because even if you have the bathroom says employees must wash their hands, but the place looks like a pigsty. I mean, does it matter now? Does it matter? Are we to believe that just because they wash their hands in a moldy old sink, that everything's okay? This is okay. Oh, they wash their hands. It's just too ridiculous. Again, so Wendy's is failing because they are not staying clean. They're not keeping the essentials at their highest. And anything where the public sees, the public engages, interacts, and your food, that has to be really up and up. And if a restaurant cannot maintain that, you shouldn't be in business. That's the reason you guys aren't in business. That's the reason you guys are losing business. That's something you guys got to worry about. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. So this is the reason. Now, I've been to a Steak and Shake as well. Now, Steak and Shake is pretty much, I can't speak to it like the Wendy's, but I don't get a good feeling in Steak and Shake either. Steak and Shake seems to be a little bit just getting there in terms of the ambiance that like when you sit in a Steak and Shake. For me, knowing that the problem with the Steak and Shake, I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's supposed to be a chain, a restaurant chain, but yet when I walk in there, I get this like local diner feel to it. Okay, that's what's happening with that. And it's probably because that's what they intended it to be. They wanted it to be like a local diner. It's probably the way it started. Okay, but again, because we're seeing all of these issues happening with other restaurants, it doesn't, to me, it does. I don't know. Let me put it this way. I don't know Steak and Shake. I don't know it like, when it started back when, what a great place to hang out with our friends from school. I don't know Steak and Shake. You're trying to reach people who never had those early day experiences. But when we come in, we immediately make a comparison between this and like a lot of better places, quite frankly. So that's always sitting in the back of my mind when I go to a Steak and Shake. I'm looking. The people who work there, they're great and all that. It's just the way you guys, this branding that you have, and I'm talking about your layout, the way it is, the way it's a little bit like hometown type of eatery, and then, which is okay. If I can eat at a hometown eatery, but even, let me just point to like this. Let me make this compare it to like Rockets, that Rocky, what is it? Whatever, you guys know the name of that Johnny Rockets. See, now that's a burger place, and it looks old as heck, right? They maintain that 1950s or 40s look, Even though it's brand new. They can have a brand new store and it looks like you're walking into the 1940s. But the place is clean. The place is clean. It's bright, you know. And usually the Johnny Rockets have a lot of windows because they have that time with the diners who had it was all windows, and the place is bright, and you see it's clean. Everything's clean, you know. That's different. I get a different feeling at a Johnny Rockets than I do at a Steak and Shake. The shakes are great. The shakes are great, and the food. I can only compare it really like to what's that other restaurant? I compare that to an Applebee's. You know, the type of food, the way they put the sauce, and it's the flavor. I put it in the same family as an Applebee's, something like that. But then that creates that problem too, because it makes me think of an Applebee's, and then I'm looking, this is no Applebee's here. So I think we get into what I'm trying to hint at is that when you're building your brand, it gets complicated. It's not that there's competition, because there's always competition for any business. But I think you guys are not understanding your brand and the significance, the impact, the saliency of your brand as it mixes, it intermingles with the modern marketplace. And I'm sure there's different, I'm sure in different places of the country you may have different outcomes, right? I'm sure that's also happening. But when it starts happening like across the board, it's significant, like it's happening now with Wendy's. I mean, this is a problem. That's a problem. You guys are Steak and Shake. I think you guys got to do something quick. All right. And this thing had to be going on for quite a while. I don't think you guys do the right surveys. I don't think you guys are really asking the right questions. I think you guys are you think you have a great idea, and yeah, it works. This restaurant works. It's working here and there, so let's go with it. And you only copy and duplicate it over and over and over again, and like you ride it like a horse until it dies. I think that's the mentality that pervades. I think it's an era, and it's no different than the small time restaurant owner who also puts everything into his restaurant and just stays with it, even though it's failing. It's going. There's no more sales in terms of increasing daily sales to do things with it, to make changes. I think you guys get stuck. You get stuck in a certain vision and or brand or or your dream, and you get yourself and your restaurant stuck in a rut, and you really don't know how to get out of it without like trying to change the whole thing, because again, it's either this or not. It's either this or it isn't that. It's something else completely different. So that is sad. I think that it's sad that people don't prepare and develop their restaurants with adaptability built in as part of it, so that you guys can continue to grow, adapting, and staying on the forefront and asking questions, like taking all the polls, get people into that and keep on going and making adaptation like that. I think it's essential for you guys to survive. But and definitely to make sure that the quality control stays on par. It's not just food. It's how you're treating Pepe, the employees. It's how because they're the ones that, after all, they're the ones who have to clean. But they want to. I know the difference. You people, you got to understand. People cleaning because they love the place they're in. They feel good about the place they're in. They're cleaning it different than somebody who doesn't. And if you treat them like prisoners, if you treat them like mere employees, and you treat them like garbage. You're always keeping an eye on Pepe and Juan, and they know it. They know they're being watched and all that. So I know that because I used to when I started working, I worked out in JFK Airport at a freight forwarding company, and I walked in there and I started training. It was one of my first jobs, and I had to work under this other fellow in the warehouse. So this other fellow, he was the warehouse manager. So I went into that warehouse and I looked around. The boss is all proud. This is my warehouse, and this is his family business boss. So he was the owner, and that was his place. This is our warehouse, and this is what we do, and blah blah blah. He's going to show you the ropes, what he needed to be done, and blah blah blah. But I also noticed the place was like, this is a warehouse. See, they told me that this was a warehouse, and the owner saw it as just a warehouse. The warehouse manager treated it like a warehouse, okay? And I started to work there, and the owner said, "Now, when you guys aren't doing anything, you guys can go and start, clean the warehouse and start doing some file things and whatnot that they, reuse files. So they wanted the files set to be reused again with a new label, and it's available. So someone needed a label for a new client or whatever. So, but the warehouse manager that they had, this guy didn't want to do squat. There was like two big boxes of these folders. And I asked him, how long you been working here? And he said what it was. It was at least 2 years or more. And I said, how long have these files been here? These folders? He said, about the same time. When I came in, that was there. I said, really? I said, it's that busy here. You don't have time to do that. Just do a few. They just want you to work your bones off and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. But I said, but every time they would come in, they would say, hey, why aren't you doing the folders? Why, so that peskiness and pestiness every day, I can't work that way. I don't like it. So anyway, he told me, I started saying, when there was nothing to do, I said, let's do some files. And he said, I don't want to do that. I said, okay, but when he wasn't there, I would go and do those folders. And I finished them. I was there, I don't know how many, if it took a week or two, I can't tell you, even a number of days. I won't be able to tell you. But I finished all those folders. In comes the boss one day, and he says, oh, what's happening? And I also was cleaning. So after I did the folders and drawing off and on, I would clean. The place was filthy. This warehouse was filthy. And I cleaned, so I saw that the floor looks nice, and it had a shine to the floor, but you would never know because it was filthy. So I started organizing things and putting things nicely in the shelving and all that. And I started cleaning up the floors, and then I did the folders. And then one day, soon after, the owner comes walking in, and he sees us sitting doing nothing. Okay. So he said, why are you guys sitting doing nothing? And we told you there wasn't nothing to do. And he said, well, but where's the folders? And I said, they're over there. They're done. And he was shocked. He was shocked because, of course, since the other guy was there for 2 years or whatnot, those folders were there since who knows when, World War II or what. And they never got finished. He was in total shock that they got done. So he said, they're done. Let me get some folders. We need them in the office. So he went and got that. And then he comes in, and I think he mentioned it before, but he really didn't mention it when it came time for me to leave. I had to leave for XYZ reasons, my personal decision. And then he and the vice president, they practically begged for me to stay. The vice president, I didn't want him to take the money from this company and not be, I wasn't able to do what I was doing before. So I just can't do that to you guys. So you guys need somebody in here that can do what I did and more. So and anyway, the the owner of the company said, we've never ever, I have never seen what actually happened before then. He mentioned it at that point, but before then, he had some visitors visiting, inspectors or some investors or whatever. He had them come and he showed them the business. They're probably new customers of his, a big client. And he took him to the warehouse. Now, he took him to the warehouse, and he says, and he brings them in and said, look at this warehouse. Look how clean it is and organized. And he gave me the credit. He said, this is that gentleman right there. Before he came here, this warehouse was like any other warehouse. But when he came here, you can eat off the floor. That's what he said. A great compliment to tell me that you can now eat off the floor. So it's like I said, these guys treated me right, okay? And when I came to his office and I sat down and said, I really need to ask you to raise my salary. And he said, okay. He gave me, and he asked me, what do you want? Listen, when you get, and he gave me what I wanted. He gave me what I wanted, which was a significant higher than what I was getting paid before. And he gave it to me. And I was happy. I was really happy. Okay. This is the point that I'm trying to make. It's that when you treat your employees right, they will clean the floor and make it a place where people can eat off of. See? And that was before the raise. I didn't do that after the raise. I did that before any mention of a raise or anything like that. You know why? Because I like clean. I like to be in a clean. I like to feel good in where I work. I take pride. And your employees will do that. We have Spanish people. I'm going to talk in defense of Pepe and Juan. We take pride. Okay, but we have to make sure, you have to make sure that you're going to show appreciation. It doesn't necessarily mean a raise. It means appreciation. It means treat us right. Appreciate the clean place. And what I was able to get really before the raise or anything that came up, I got, and the warehouse manager got too, because of me. We got left alone. We got left alone. The boss would never come back into the warehouse again to ask, what are we doing? He never bothered to do that again. He only came in to look for something he needed for the office or something he knew was there that he had to get from time to time, some things that they needed to do the business. But we would be sitting there. I would be sitting there, lying back, leaning back on the chair, and just, we were looking outside. And he would never bother us again what we're doing. See, now, and I taught that warehouse manager, young kid. He was a young kid like I was, but I taught him a lesson. And I said, listen, you when you're working, you have to, this place, I cleaned it. I didn't clean it for the owner. I cleaned it for me. And you have to have that personal thing where you work for yourself. It's not for the boss. You're working for yourself. This is what you do. This is what I do, and I feel proud of what I do. I do it well. That's really what you need to be doing. And everything else works out. I got the raise later on. But what I got first was a nice, clean warehouse to work in. And then I got peace because the boss wasn't coming in and breathing down our necks. What are we doing? Do this and do that. It was easy street after that. And his son, and I looked at the guy, you had this guy breathing down your neck for 2 years, and you would have had him here for another 2, 3, 4 years doing the same thing day in and day out, simply because you're too lazy to go and finish the cause of your pain. So anyway, I taught him that lesson, and it was a living proof. And in the end, before I went, I had to go later on for my own personal reasons. I wanted to start my own business as well, and I made enough money to do that. So that was me, okay? But before that, about a year before that or so, um, they got rid of the other guy, and I became the warehouse manager. And that other guy wasn't liking him getting excused, but they knew that he was continually, even after we had everything done and clean and all that, he would continually like drag his feet. He was like not a guy to talk with and ask for, can you do this? Can you stay another hour and get this finished and blah blah blah. He was like, I'm working till 5 and that's it. He uncooperative, unhelpful. So again, it's like I said. So that's the story of that. I didn't want to get into my personal work experiences, but it just I'm trying to share it with any of you restaurateurs so that you guys can understand that to develop a culture in your business where your Pepes and your Juans will appreciate and love working there and go the extra mile. You know why? Because they can go the extra mile. They can and will. But the environment has to be a way that, you know what, my boss has my back, and he looks out for his employee. He's looking out for us. He's interested in what we're doing in our lives. We're just not making money for him. So, and the people I was working for, they were just honest business owners. And what helped out was the fact that I'm a business minded person myself. So I understand these guys are busy. They need me here. They need my help here to make it work. So you have to understand that when you're as an employee, and your employees will appreciate when you appreciate them, okay, and you're open and honest with them, they will see, hey, oh my goodness, I'm needed. And the success of this business is profitability, um, getting people to come in here and they like it and enjoy their stay, and they'll bring more folks in here, and that brings more money for the company. That's something that I'm interested in making happen. You have to get there. You can't just tell them to do it. You have to develop the culture. That's what you guys spend a lot of money on software. You spend a lot of money on different solutions, but you're neglecting culture, and you're neglecting cleaning the damn floor. Keeping the guy who cleans the floor wonderfully. That's the guy you got to keep there. Don't fire that butt. You need him there in place. I'm being a little funny on that, but it's the fact is that you guys need to nutrient. It's like a body. You need to give it nutrients, not just wear it to the bone. And that's what's important in running a restaurant and any business. Really, this advice that I'm giving is really good for any type of business, but particularly the restaurants who are going to be facing in the next couple of years a lot of issues, and there's going to be a lot of heads rolling. Yeah. But the restaurants that go the extra mile and make sure that your branding, communicates to the marketplace, okay, and you maintain a good culture in each of the restaurants. These are the things that you really need to look into and to foster. Again, we are able to assist anyone, any restaurateur. If you're an owner, chain restaurant owner, or you have a one restaurant or a few that you want to expand, you like the idea of culture and all that, and you want to retain me to help your restaurant, all you have to do really just to get the ball rolling is to go to this URL and just click through. Click through. Yeah, you'll put in a payment, and you look at it as a retainer. When we communicate with you, it doesn't matter that like you're not trying to start a new restaurant. That has nothing to do with it. It's just a way for us to begin working together. Get my retainer, send me that, and then we'll start working with you and to help you develop a wonderful culture that exudes the quality and the message that you want to bring out to the marketplace. And we will help you do that, accomplish that, and then we make the arrangements for whatever regular fees and depending on what exactly you need and whatnot. But this is the way to start. It's the way to contact us. Just go through it, and that's how we start helping anyone who's interested in restauranting, who's interested in any type of food business. This is the way to get started, and I'll help you with everything else. Look through that video for others who are interested in starting in the food business, who are interested in starting in the restaurant business. Look at the video at this URL, listen to what we're doing, and see that like this issue that they're having, this would not be an issue with the restaurants that work with us. And you'll see the reason why in the video. You have to pay close attention. Yeah, you're gonna have to use your brain a little bit, but if you're the smart one that you should be, if you're starting a restaurant, you will see it and you will understand, oh wow, if I was doing my restaurants with him and with this network, I wouldn't have that problem that these guys are having. These are big multi-million-dollar players here. They're having some issues, but they're not doing it the way we're doing our thing. So you need to look at it, and you need to contact us to get the ball rolling for you. All right? And if you're trying to start out any food business, even a food truck, I got it, baby. You got to call me. You got to do this. Just do it. Do yourself a favor. Just do it. I like that Nike ad thing says, just do it. Just do it. Just do it. Okay? We got a winning formula for you here. Any type of food business, and even if it's just a dream of yours, this is it. This is the thing you have to consider doing. And even if you don't want to do any real restaurant, you don't really have to, You can be an owner of a menu of a restaurant. We also have that available for you. You can choose that option as well. And you profit from the restaurant without having to deal with the risk or the problems that restaurateurs have to do when they're putting up a restaurant, maintaining a restaurant, and dealing with the competition. So this is absolutely the best URL that you will ever use and discover some information that will help you succeed in the restaurant business. And with that, I thank you for watching. Share this with your friends, those interested in have a dream of starting a restaurant. This is the best way to start it. Give them that URL. Watch it with them. And think about it. But don't think too long, because this is a limited opportunity as well. So we are doing great things, but we can't help everyone. We have to concentrate on the ones who act now. So do that, and we'll see you soon. Take care, and I'll see you guys next time.
some people haven't thought about starting a business, but I'm going to talk to you about something you may not have considered. A lot of people, you have your 9 to 5, or you're retired, or you work, you figure can't handle, having a business, and you don't want to take the risk because you don't want to lose, stop your job to take care of a business you're trying to do, and then the business doesn't work out, etc., etc. But, there's so many businesses that you can start without leaving your job. Right? One of the businesses we have available through our business broker network is the splash party business. Splash party business, basically it's a party for hire. It doesn't need a pool, but mainly a lot of our clients have pools. But the party can be had without a pool. It's not necessary to pool. But in either case, this is basically a party that comes to the client's home. Here in Florida, for example, and other places in the United States, there are vacation rentals, Airbnbs. So you want to have a party, they'll come and bring the party. This is a business that is perfect for someone who has a 9 to 5, doesn't want to leave their job, because basically all you need to do is hire the entertainer, hire the person that goes and brings the party to the client. Basically what you're doing, it's almost like, what do you call that? Like being a broker. You have independent contractors who bring the party to the clients, and it's just it's set up an ordering, a scheduling type of software. You can have a website that does that, and your associated independent contractor entertainers, they simply check the schedule, see what the schedule's like, and just perform the services. You still go on your 9 to 5, you still have your job, you're making money from your job, and you're making great money from your business as well. And that's just one of the quite a few types of businesses that you can have without stopping your 9 to 5 job, and doing without that income. So, and even the brokering business itself, that is also one of our business opportunities. The business broker opportunity, you don't need to leave your 9 to 5 either. And it's basically selling businesses from a website, and everything can happen quite automatically. You can do the consulting, I should say, or you can have that connected with us, and we'll handle the consulting, as we do for all of them. Actually, all of our business brokers have us handle the consulting part to one degree or another, and that frees you up to do your business, to do your job, your 9 to 5. So you don't have to quit your job to start a business, and it actually makes a lot of sense to do that. Now there's a thing called tax refunds, tax benefits for starting your business. Now, how much do you pay in taxes every year? You can do a Donald Trump, which means that you can get more money from your tax refund every year by adding a business that you're doing. If you show that you're doing a business and you have XYZ expenses for that business, you can get that money back from your personal taxes. That means your refund check will be bigger. So these are things to consider. I mean, you can get a lot more money back. You're making money during the year. You get more money back on your tax refund. Perfect. And there's other benefits, business benefits, vehicles, vacations, things like that you get by having your own business and, working with your tax accountant, making sure that you get all the benefits that you're entitled to. So I think that's something you need to think about when considering starting your own business, or you haven't thought about that, but you should. It's really good for you all around. It's the best decision you can make. So the best way to add more money to your bottom line is not bothering your boss for a raise and not hoping that the country adopts a standard minimum wage. But actually, the best thing you can do is start your own business and without leaving your job. And you can do that. So connect with us. Connect with your local business broker from Mycbh. And if you don't know about that, or see if that's available, because that would be, in my honest opinion, the best business for you to get started. Even if you have another thing in mind that you would like, if there's no business broker from our network in your city, then that would be the best thing for you to be. And then you can do the other business you're thinking about. You can do that. But being the business broker, that's a shoe-win. Not a shoe-in, a shoe-win for you business-wise all across the board. Look for those videos and take that opportunity. Take care. It's important that you understand one thing moving forward. The world is changing. The United States is changing. Things are not going to be the same, folks, as they were before. And right now is the right time, and the best time, in fact, for you to get started in your own business. Now, not just any type of business, and not trying to do your business on your own. That would be a great mistake, because there's still too many variables. There's too many unknowns. But the right way to do your business is with our business network, because with our business network, we cover the bases for you and with you. You become part of a network. All our business partners are helping each other out. And when things occur, like pandemics and lockdowns and things like that, which would normally shut down a business and knock you guys out for the count, our business network is a shield that helps you recover quickly. Some of our businesses are able to operate even through the pandemic because we have other emergency systems built in. See, you can't do that on your own. You don't have it. You can't do it. So it's better for you to start a business, but start it within our network. Take a look at the video. See how your business can be benefited by our opportunity right now, or your business idea, and join our network. We have special business opportunities in the restaurant and food delivery business, food business, all different type food trucks, anything to do with food. And we have lawn and fertilizing services and a whole bunch of other business. Just name it. The whole gamut is there. But the difference is that our business partners are connected and they have great success. A lot of resources are made available that normally to a business starting out you would not have, and even a business that's established is still a resource and a burden on the profits, but not for our network members. Our network members enjoy having those resources without the expense. So in either case, come and join, watch the video, and check it out. What's good about the restaurant business is how successful and full of cash you can get relatively easily. I say relatively because, frankly, you got to know how to cook or get a team together that can cook and get their recipes going. And then, of course, there's the business side of it, marketing, and problems related to having enough cash to having a place, and then there's fixtures, paying the rent, until you're able to open up, and then simply having enough customers to get your rent paid and get back the money invested. And most people use family members to invest, and partners and stuff like that. I remember helping a little bit one of the brothers in church when I was a teenager. He opened up I think it was a luncheonette, breakfast lunch type of place out there in Queens. And he knew what he was doing. He had it before, so he knew how to get it going, where to go, things like that. And he did it together. Now, he put it together, of course. He had the help of people in the church that provided him a lot of help. Usually I think he saved easily a couple of $1,000 in getting the help in fixing up the restaurant. He didn't buy a place that was already a restaurant. I forget what it was before. It may have been something, I don't remember. I don't recall if it was food related. But they did a lot of work in there. I remember the furniture had to be done. He had to get things and make them. And he had help from brothers in the church who put it together, and the furniture and stuff like that. So, but he made that, and he made his money. And things happen, life happens. You start making money, so things are gonna start happening. But he sold that restaurant. He just made a business deal, and he moved on with his life. But having a restaurant, it just facilitates so many things. I mean, it's really a good business to get into if you have a reasonable chance of succeeding, So, I think that if you look at our network, our restaurant menu business, we made it easy for you to start a restaurant without starting a restaurant. Simply owning the website of a restaurant. I think it's brilliant. It's the best thing since sliced bread or pizza, for that matter. Do you know what it is to own the website and the ordering process? You understand what I'm saying? With people calling for orders, to place orders, to reserve a table, and just think about the Chinese places, think about the pizza places, right? Think about it. Friday night, the phones are off the hook. They're off the hook. Every second, the phone is ringing. Somebody wants some chicken wing and pork fried rice. Whatever. Okay, can you imagine if you had a part of that every second, every minute? You know, 3-4 orders coming in, and on Friday, Saturday night, this is rapid succession. Okay, and I got it from a former pizza business owner, restaurant owner. He said, man, you know, he made good money during the week, but he told me that Friday, Saturday night, woo, he doubled that money and more that he made during the week on those at the weekend. So, and you've been at the Chinese place on the weekend, haven't you? On a Friday night, that phones are ringing off the hook. They're ringing off the hook. Now, can you imagine getting the notification on your cell phone? Bring, bring, bring. You know, every time the order goes in, you know, all week long, but especially that Friday night, that Saturday night. Come on now. So that's what we talk about. You don't have to worry about building the restaurant, paying rent, none of that. You own the website and the ordering process. They make the call, they make the orders, you make your money. Beautiful. This is the easy way to get into the restaurant business. So I want you to take a look. If you're watching this on our TV broadcast day, or you on otherwise, go to the landing page and see the video. Get some popcorn ready, because I give you a lot of details, so you gotta get your pen and pad ready. And head on over to mycbh.com/LP/food. Plain and simple, food. Now this also is great for people who want to get a food cart or even a food truck. It doesn't have to be a restaurant or catering business for that matter. So you don't have to go the full restaurant route. There's other types of food businesses that you can start with this. Now, how can I start a business, you ask, when you're talking about owning a website of a restaurant? Well, you'll be making the money, and then we'll help you build your own restaurant. If you're into it, or if you're into getting a food truck, we'll help you with the food truck. If you're interested in having an empire of food carts around town, well, that's also, you can do that as well. So basically what we're saying is whatever type of food business you're really dreaming of, we can help you through our network, and all the while, you'll be making income from a restaurant already in operation. You'll be making the money from all the orders that come in. You'll already be in the restaurant business without having the restaurant. And you don't have to build a restaurant. You don't need to have to have a restaurant if you don't want to. You just want to make the money. Then that's fine too. I can't imagine any better type of website to own than a restaurant website, and everyone's making orders and sending you money. I can't imagine anything better. So that's a really good opportunity for smart money out there. Take this opportunity. It's limited. It's very limited. So I believe we only have, I think, 5 brands in major cities. So you really have to move it and claim your restaurant/website right away. So head on over there, mycbh.com/LP/food, and hit the button, place your order. write this down. Very important message for you right now. Write this thing down. I'm going to give you a URL because you'll need it. All right. I'm making a special offer right now for those who are watching this video right now. This message. Write this down. You're going to go to a www.paypal.me, M-E, right? You know, PayPal and .me/MYCBH. That's my CBH, right? MYCBH. And / that, and then put 50, 50, okay, 50. Of course, you're going to need $50 for this. I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm making a one-time offer to you. You have to be in the United States for this. If you reside in the United States of America, okay, and you've been trying to have a business, to start a business, you probably tried MLM, network marketing, whatever it is. Maybe you haven't quit yet. Maybe you're still trying. Maybe you're thinking of starting something. What you want to do is you want to start something that's going to make you some money. Now, have you seen my videos? You realize that the business offers that I have, they're basically recurring offers. In other words, they bill you recurring every month. Okay? But I'm going to make you an offer right now. You got to jump on it because once someone in your town takes this offer up, and I'm going to limit it just like I do the other business offers I have, in the same fashion. That means obviously if you live in New York City, I'm going to have a few positions open. But any other type of regular city, it's only one. So if you have this, you reside in any city, send me the $50 right now. And you're not going to pay any monthly fee for anything. I'm going to put you on a special membership. You're going to pay one time $50. That's it. One time. And we're going to have consultation, you and I. I'm going to look for, when we have our interview with you, I'm going to look for your strengths, look for the things you enjoy, you like, and I'm going to set you up in a business of your own, and you're not going to have to worry about monthly payments. You will be automatically within our network, and I'm going to help you with your business. It's only going to cost you $50. Okay? That's it. $50. You're going to be in business. All right? You have to do what I tell you, and nothing's going to cost you more money. $50. That's it. That's the offer. Right here, right now. Okay? You won't be sorry. That's all I have to say. Now, if you watch all the videos I got, all the business opportunities I'm offering out there, all of that will be open to you. All of it. Without reservation. But you have to act now. $50 right now. Send it and get started. But you have to be ready to get to work. Okay? That's it. $50. PayPal.me/MYCBH/50. Take your step of faith and make your move right now. You have no excuse. If you don't have the 50, bum it off of somebody. But don't steal it. No good. Take care. Question came in from one of my viewers. They asked this. They asked, how much money, you say you're going to make a lot more money than you do in crypto and all of this. Well, how much money do I need to invest in order to make that happen for me? The answer to that is, do you have $25? That's my answer to you. Do you have $25? Because that's all you really need. If you have $25, you can control real estate, and you can build that real estate up to over $1 million of return on investment. These are the things I'm going to show you from just $25. So if you can muster $25, then you can grow rich in real estate and use the money that you get from our program, to grow rich in Bitcoin or any of the other coins, for that matter of fact, even commodities. It doesn't matter, because you have something that's solid, real estate, and you're just using some of the profit and buying whatever crypto you want to do. If the crypto goes down, it's lost, no sweat, because you have the real thing. You have real estate, and that's the big difference. So that answers that question. To join this private mentor club, send $25 to paypal.me/mycbh/25. To join this private mentor club, send $25 to paypal.me/mycbh/25. The business lifestyle I'm living right now, it's very interesting. And you see, I don't waste a minute. I get everything done. I got a few things that I gotta do every day. I'm doing my exercise now. Same time I'm waiting for the kids, the school bus to get here. Hey, making videos. You have to stay productive. Anyway, I want to say that I'm operating a couple of businesses, right? I have businesses for a suit and tie, for when I wear a suit and tie. I have business behind the computer desk. I got businesses running just everywhere. I got websites around the world, whatever, servicing people around the world. And I even have and operate a small farm. Can you believe that? That's absolutely right. I got my hand in everything that can be done to make some money. And it takes talent. It takes some knowledge. I've invested a lot of time investigating, researching, But overall, it takes stick-to-itness. Because there's so many people who just give up, It's not easy. No business is easy. No endeavor is easy. Can you imagine? Discovering the U.S., the American continent, opening it up, right? Those explorers that came and explored. Without them, at least things wouldn't have happened the way they did. But it takes effort. Somebody has to make the effort. Right now, we think of going to Mars, colonizing the Mars and the moon, for that matter. It needs effort. Without effort, and that could have been done years ago, but there was no effort made. There was no interest. Now everyone's all of a sudden interested. So I guess they have so much technology sitting around they don't know what to do with, so they might as well just start reaching out to the stars. But in any case, what are you doing? It's a struggle. It's not really a good time. I'm speaking these words while the COVID pandemic is on its second wave. So a lot of people still have in their mind, oh, shutdowns, and it's happening. We might have some other problems. Get up those, store up your toilet paper, folks, and other things. But, you know, is this the right time to do business, to start a business? And I'm going to tell you, yes, absolutely. Because this thing is not going to last forever. And right now you have an opportunity, $1 million opportunity. What would cost, and I'm speaking figuratively, but what would cost someone regular when things were normal, $1 million to promote and position a product, a business out there and get it, you know, well distributed and making sales. You know, right now, you know, obviously one of the most important things was competing against others, right? Taking over market segments and out-competing the competition. But right now, with this COVID thing, the competition is decimated. It is decimated. Let me tell you, there's a lot of business space now open again. Okay, and it really, the ones who are going to win now, there's a big bonanza coming. Once the thing is done with, those that are in the right position, those who are ready to grab up and get into the space that's been left by other businesses, unfortunately, that could not survive, that did not prepare, you guys are going to be big winners. So you really have to move on this now. Now is the time to start a new business. Now is the time to expand your business, to prepare, to get things ready to open into new markets. Really, now's the time to start thinking, you know, we have to be ready to hit the floor running once everything is okay. So you really need to start planning that right now. That's the best business advice you're going to hear from anyone. You need to plan to move at a quick pace. Be ready to start opening new business, acquiring new markets now. You have to get it ready because this thing is almost over. The vaccines are there. People are going to start turning around. It's just this election. The election issue is still, you know, playing games with people's mind. But this is the perfect time. This is what strategy is all about. Winning strategy is taking advantage when other people are still asleep. Other people are still not realizing, you know, what's going on. It's time to move on it, folks. You have to move on it. This is strategy. This is business. This is a winning strategy. You have to make your move while people don't know what's going on. They're still wondering who's going to be president. You're planning to take over and dominate in your market. This is what you need to be doing. And this is what winning businessmen do. While we don't get worried, and I do politics. I do a lot of politics. I'm telling you right now. But I don't let those politics deter or defer my thinking, my business mind. My business mind is on the money. It's on the money. I'm always looking and always sharp to see the opportunity. And right now is that opportunity. Right now, while people are distracted and other businesses are routed, now's the time to start moving and getting your business on tap. Now, for those of you who haven't had any business experience, you really need to start thinking about those easy to do businesses. And I'm talking about like landscaping and, you know, mowing the lawn, things like that. And I'll give you just another little clue. I mean, the best bet for you is to join our business brokering program. It's the best thing. But I know that most of you can't afford it. That's fine. And you won't be able to get into it anyway if it's already full. You know, if you have the money, look into it. You'll see it in other programmings where you're seeing this message now. But not to fret if that opportunity is taken, because what you want to do, and I'll give you this little tidbit, is that you want to start your business, an easy thing that you can get started, easy entry. There's like for the lawn thing, I mean, there's places that'll rent to you the equipment. You can start without having to buy equipment. You can rent the equipment, get a few, and before you do that, talk to a few neighbors, you know, get a few accounts. Oh, you're thinking of starting? I am, but you know, I need some steady customer. I need somebody who's gonna say, listen, we'll hire you. Just come in and do this, and I'm willing to give those guys a break in price. Let's say the regular price is $80. So you want to get a few customers at $60, you know, have them pay you $60, something like that, 20% off, something like that. And you need to get started with a handful of clients. That's all. Handful of clients. You take care of those handful of clients one day a week in the afternoon or in the morning, whichever day you choose, depending on your schedule. And you've started your business, okay? And and that's how you get started. But I'm also going to advise you to add something special. Add something special to that business. Don't just do the same old business everybody else is doing. It's time to do the restaurant business the best way possible. That means easiest, the most profitable, I would say the most risk-free. And that's what we're going to talk about today in today's show. Risk-free, trouble-free food or restaurant business. This is your show today. Share it, like it, follow it. Let's go. I just got a great idea, folks. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I just thought of a great idea to add to the show. I'm going to pick up the Who's Ready bell. Well, I don't have to do that, man. I can get the sound for that. So we're going to do that for the following sessions from now on. We're going to add the bell ring so you guys can pick up the food. The order is ready for pickup. Hey, listen, you can tell I'm having fun. I just ate, so hey, I'm even more giddier than usual. Food is a happy time, isn't it? So let's talk about the food business, really, and focus on the reasons that it's can be an impossible dream for many out there. What can we do to make starting a restaurant, or just making money from a restaurant? Let's talk turkey, you and I. You know, hey, listen, you know, other than having a place to go, take the family and eat for free, right? Which, you know, being an owner of a restaurant, you can do that, right? Other than that, wouldn't you just want to have that and just make profit? You know, without the worries, without all the setup and all the trouble and then the issues involved in setting up a restaurant. Hey, I like that myself. So listen, you can do it. There's a way to do it. I'm just giving you a hint. I'm just giving you a hint. That's all. There's a definite way for you to do that. Enjoy week-long little notifications coming in on your cell phone, you know, little pings all day long and into the evening. And then, it's almost like the Mozart theme. Ba, 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 España.
Listen, but Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays, ooh, it's sweet music. And that phone will start up, bing, 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 every phone call coming in, every order coming in. Listen, all you're worrying about is going to the bank and finding ways to spend that money. That's possible for you here. But I also want to encourage you. You could be a food student, or maybe you know one who's in culinary school, somebody with lots of talent, maybe someone who's not even in culinary school, someone who just knows how to dominate that kitchen and make people happy at the table. Hey, listen, this is perfect for them, and they want to get something of their own in the future. This is the right time to start this, but they'll find that this URL is the smart time to start that and be able to realize their dreams out in the future. Listen, with a lot of help, a lot of support, with no worries at all, because simply we take care of all of that. So let's talk about this today. For this, we'll go to our screen as usual. And we got the wrong screen up there, but no, we'll correct that. We're going to talk about one of the problems in the restaurant business. A lot of them are having this issue more and more. It says here food service is grueling work. So more and more workers are organizing. And a lot of this is a game changer, can be a game changer for a restaurant. It can be just a killer. So we're going to look at this at eater.com. Look more into this article. You can see the rest of it there if it isn't already over here. But anyway, it says from basic safety issues like non-slip mats in the kitchen to better salaries and benefits, the fight to create a more just industry ramped up this year. Before heading to Connecticut for Passover early this year, my partner and I planned to have a talk with their parents about the local Stop and Shop. It was the closest grocery store to their house, big and convenient, most likely place they'll be getting groceries to host over 20 people. But on April 11th, over 34,000 Stop and Shop workers across New England, members of the United Food and Commercial Workers International Union, went on strike. And we didn't want to cross the picket line. Can you imagine having your restaurant suffer from such an event? Think about what the ramifications are here. I mean, if it wasn't bad enough to get your restaurant idea, get your food business idea off the ground, then you have to deal with this. Come on, that's like really it can be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Absolutely. But this is not just a straw. This is a very serious issue. So there's ongoing unionization of fast food and other food production companies. In 2018, employees at Burgerville, a fast food chain in Portland, Oregon, pushed to unionize, making them astoundingly the first federally recognized fast food union. And so Little Big Burger followed 2019, as did Anchor Steam Brewery. Already unionized grocery stores and airline caterers either went on or threatened strikes, and so did Instacart workers, though they were not formally unionized, and McDonald's workers in the UK. So again, you have a lot of difficult days ahead when you're thinking about the restaurant business. So these are things that you need to really consider. You have the fight for increased wages, obviously, and multiple presidential candidates are on board with their message. Again, and more restaurateurs are experimenting with eliminating tipping altogether, a system that has its roots in slavery and classism. So they're trying to eliminate that. Remember, elimination of tipping was something we started seeing as you travel to certain countries. They told you not to tip at certain countries because it was considered offensive, of course, because of the history.
where that it comes from. And so, if workers are as scarce as the unemployment rate and many other measures suggest, employers should be raising wages to compete for them. Again, um, this goes to the points that we've been bringing out in terms of how you're treating your employees. So, listen, you guys can go over there and read this article. It's a really good article talking about this main gigantic issue of starting and building your restaurant brand is something you're really going to have to deal with if sooner or later in your restaurant business. But I'm going to talk about here is how to avoid this altogether. One of the things that we were looking at in the previous broadcast was a trend in the restaurant business to eliminate the whole sit down table experience and just concentrate on food preparation and even leave the delivery to third party, basically turning a restaurant into a loaded pizzeria style of receiving phone calls, orders online or by the phone, and then getting it delivered to the home. And so this is basically where a lot of restaurateurs are heading towards, especially with these types of threats to your success as certain unionized workers, even though you're going to have kitchen staff. But, you know, when you have this heavy leaning and dependency on a lot of staffing, and on top of that, you don't treat them well. So this is causing this situation that we keep seeing. Again, the consultants told you to treat Pedro with an eye open on what he's doing at the cash register. Keep an eye out on Pedro and Juan. Because these gurus gave you these great consulting advice, you created an atmosphere where your employees, your staff is working for you as someone is always on top of them and always observing all the things they do. And of course, you come back at me and say, "What?" But there'll be waste and there'll be loafing off, waste in many different types of ways. And so again, if you change the culture, if your business, a lot of that can be mitigated or even eliminated altogether. So I think this you're not giving or you haven't heard anyone talking about your restaurant's culture. You really need to develop that. At least get my information and get my consultation because basically I'm the one talking about that. That is really what you should be developing in your restaurant business. But for you that who are thinking only about starting a restaurant, you have some talent, or you just don't you have any talent at all, but you like the idea of a phone ringing in a restaurant, local restaurant, and you making money from that phone call, then you really need to look into this video that's on this URL that you see below me here, and you'll see it again at the end of the program today. How about if I told you that you can be in the restaurant business without worrying about starting up a restaurant, getting space, getting staffing, dealing with suppliers, worrying about decor, and dealing with these issues, labor issues, and the future of it, that risk, putting risk into play. Is this going to work out? And are we going to get enough customers? All the issues here, eliminating them all for you. Even if you're interested in opening your own restaurant in the future, the issue of making enough money, of having enough money to put into a venture like that, and still have that expanse in marketing, the reach
into the marketplace, your target market, to have your restaurant become a success. How about if I showed you a way that you can start earning profits from the restaurant or food business without worrying about any of those things at all? Well, we have found that way. We have created a way for you. And you'll see it at this URL right here below me. If you go there after this video, you will sit down and watch another explanatory video that will give you the full details. Basically, with that video and with the information on that video, you will be able to call your mom and tell her I'm in the restaurant business. And how what cock-a-brain idea did you come up with now, Junior? You know, whatever. If people say, "Ah, come on, you're pulling my leg, you're pulling my leg," and you say, "Listen, just it's okay, just watch." So you know, whenever you're sitting down with them, visiting them, and your phone goes bing, 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 right? And they tell you, what's that? Why are you not answering that? No, no, that's just the restaurant. It's just the order. Another order came in into the restaurant. That's all. I just made some money. Bing, 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 ping. That's what's going to be happening. You let the pings have it. The pings will be your backup, your support base, and all the pings. Especially plan to visit your family like on Friday night, Saturday night. You know that phone will be pinging like that. Bing, 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 bing. So this is what you're talking about, and this is what we're talking about here. But imagine if you really want to do your own restaurant, you really want to have it. Well, the same process. The money you put together, especially with all the pinging, will go for your new restaurant. Not only that, but the same network that you're joining when you come and look at this and decide to join and start, that same network will help you with your business, with your restaurant business, and will adopt your restaurant idea. We'll either work together, partner together, or just simply promote. We're able to help you in your restaurant. You have a restaurant already, the same network will be able to help support your restaurant and to promote your restaurant. But a great advantage of that is also the ability, if you have a restaurant idea, if you have a food business idea, to spread that idea in multiple locations using our network, which has also multiple presences. We have multiple networks in different locations across the country, and we're developing right now in the top 100 cities of the U.S., absolutely, and many other cities of the U.S. So you will practically be able to expand into all the major marketplaces if having a quality service and quality product in your restaurant business. So again, the issue is, uh, are you ready to get started? And that's simply all you have to worry about. Uh, a lot of advantages. You don't have to worry about a lot of these things because they're easily mitigated. Worried about expansion because it's going to cost too money to open up a shop in two or three other cities. With our network, it isn't. Matter of fact, you saw one of the methods that we implement, a form of it in the other broadcast we did, I think just prior to this one. And what we were talking about, I think when we opened up as well, about that delivery system and the no sit down restaurant. Now, the no sit down restaurant can easily be a something else, which I won't say right now because we don't want to give out all our secrets away. But we have a way for you to introduce uh, your brand and introduce your food to new markets, to try it out, to test it out, to see how people like it, to see the response, to see the repeat business, and to slowly and through that method, slowly introduce your brand to a new area, to a new city, to a new area in that city. And we can just keep going on and on like that, spreading
your brand and growing your business. It's as simple as that. So we've made it simple. We've cut all the extra fat off of that, and we just made a streamlined, lean operation where you can just experience solid support and solid growth. Again, so whichever way you're going about this, of course, what I've just explained doesn't apply to you if you're just looking to make money from the restaurant and food business. That's all you're interested in. Then you have a different type of program. The ones interested in having their own restaurant eventually, well, then this program is where you begin, but we extend the extra to you when you're ready, when you've done this, when you understand how the network works and how to grow, then we'll open up that other option for you for your restaurant. In the meantime, we'll be talking, we'll be helping you develop your concepts, and we'll be putting it to the test. Simple as that. As soon as you're in queue, you will be in a queue because there's other people also developing their concepts. And then when it comes to your turn, you simply start doing your thing, test it out. We're testing it out, and we just automatically just incorporate into the network operations and extension procedures. And that's about it. So you'll get more details by heading over here to this URL. It's the smartest thing to do. I mean, this problem that we started with in this article at that article was at the Eat, is it? Let's look at it again. At eater.com. It should be the only thing that you should worry about. You know what I see is that you build up, you try to do the things on your own, so many struggles, so many obstacles, and then this happens. Make it easier for yourself. Do it smartly. Use your brain. Look at what's happening here. Make a smart move, a smart decision, and build and enjoy the benefits of your restaurant or food business idea. Okay? So that's it for today. We thank you for watching. Take action now and look at the program that we prepared for you at this address. It's in the final slide here. Have a good day. See you then. Hello, what is just as important as great food in your restaurant? You'll learn what's just as important, if not more so, and why in today's broadcast. Join us to learn the secrets of success in the restaurant business. another broadcast. Today is restaurant day and my broadcasting schedule. And of course, our featured URL is the one right below me here. After this video, if you go there, you will learn a lot about our MyCBH business network and particularly our restaurant network, and you'll learn how if you're dreaming of owning your own restaurant, you have a spectacular menu items or wonderful recipe, you'll learn here what our network can do for you to ensure your success. And you'll realize how easy and how it's the best way for anyone to start a restaurant. Even if you have one already, it may be an option for you if you're looking at expanding into other areas and regions easily. Well, check this out. And if you're just looking at making profit in the restaurant business, without having a restaurant, you can be making money. Every time that phone rings, you can be making money. This shows you exactly how to do that. So come on by after this video. In this video, we're going to talk about the key ingredient, because in all these things we talk about food. When you talk about food and food preparation, we're talking about ingredients, right? And we know that your food can only be as good as the ingredients that you're using, right? Quality goes in, quality comes out. If you don't use great quality ingredients, you can't have a great dish that people are going to be talking about or raving about. So, given that you know what you're doing and you have the best recipe ever created by man, what else is needed? Well, for this we'll go to some experienced people out there to give you that extra ingredient, that extra something that'll make your restaurant a success. So let's go there now. Here we are at this. These are feeds that I get for basically most of my videos. And today we have a server spotlight. This is from Open for Business. The URL is openforbusiness.opentable.com, and that's the origin of this entry today. And so here we see a wonderful picture. I love what they're doing here with the wood as a tray, using it as a tray features. It's fantastic usage of raw materials, right? As some of you know, I do real estate courses, real estate investing courses, and things like that. And so a lot of people don't know what can be done with resources on their land and whatnot. This is a very good use here. It's a great idea. I'm going to tell you right now. One of the things we ourselves were planning to do many things with resources on the lands that we acquired, and so this is beautiful to see that it's being put to good use instead of what normally happens. You guys cut things down and just burn them up or have someone take them away, and that's it. Be gone with you. Be gone. Okay, so let's get into this today. And they're introducing this new series there, so it's a good look to get to their website to take a look at that. But here it starts out with saying restaurateurs would be better than anyone else know that today's diners are savvy and have many choices. Boy, don't we know that, right? Diners may try a restaurant for the food, but they keep coming back for the service. So we can all have people coming in and trying your restaurant out, coming in, trying your food, and all of that. And we've discussed this type of topic before on our programs, where the way you're treating your staff can impact the quality of service that your customers or first timers are experiencing. And as you can see, that the quality of service is the key ingredient for a successful restauranting business. You cannot have a successful restaurant where you oppress your staffers, especially, but all of them in total, because all of them have something to do. They're handling the food, they're preparing the food. You don't treat these people well, what reaches the table in terms of the handler and in terms of what they're bringing to the table will be greatly affected by what you're bringing to the table with your staffing. So please pay attention to that, guys. You really need to treat your staff as you would your customer. And if the way you're treating your staff is any indication, you guys are really in for some trouble. You guys, that's the reason that a lot of restaurants close shop. You don't realize you're trying to cut corners, but you're cutting off your foot. You need your staffers happy. You need them satisfied. You need them to be to have pleasant days as they're working for you, and to feel that they're valued, and to that their time is valued as well, and that they're respected. They'll go and then treat your customers in like manner. So that's the thing to always remember. So the quality of service is what people will remember. I can tell you, the first time I ate at a Chick-fil-A, and to this day, I can't talk about their sandwiches. It's a chicken sandwich. I was never impressed with chicken sandwiches. I'm not impressed. They don't impress me. I went to just recently. After they repopulated their chicken farm, I guess. We went to the Popeyes and tried their chicken sandwich, and that everyone seems to be raving over and killing over at times. And again, I'm trying to figure out what all the hoopla is. Chicken sandwiches don't. I'll eat them. It's something to eat, but more than that, I just don't see it. It doesn't impact me and doesn't impress me to any degree. I mean, some people just, I guess, they're impressed by subtleties. So in any case, but I do remember my first Chick-fil-A experience, but it wasn't for the sandwich at all. It was because of the service. And in fact, to this day, I still go back to Chick-fil-A's often. But it isn't for, like I said, it isn't because of the food, even though I've never experienced any concern of the food. Matter of fact, not even a wilted lettuce leaf or anything like that. I mean, the tomatoes are always crunchy, fresh. And so, there's obviously quality. And even in the handling, I've never seen a Chick-fil-A sandwich like thrown in its packaging or anything like that. So the handling, more than I can say about McDonald's. McDonald's gets a little sloppy, okay. But anyway, let's leave them alone right now. The issue is chicken sandwiches that never impressed me, but Chick-fil-A service always impresses me. Their staffing, I don't know what they do. I guess that prayer goes a long way. I don't want to get religious on y'all right now, but hey, there's something is about that. I remember that first service that we had. I was, getting ready to get up and look for my order and this and that, and somebody came to the table. I was shocked. In matter of fact, Chick-fil-A was the first fast food restaurant experience I've ever had where someone brought the food to the table. I mean, you could say, well, so what's this? uh, and with such a smile and such friendliness, so sincere. It wasn't fake. It wasn't like the training program. It was a very sincere smile and sincere gratitude. It's what I can say, that the person was grateful that we're there and that we chose the restaurant to eat at. Beautiful. It's just beautiful. It's something that you would expect like from the owner himself. That wasn't the owner. We know it's a young child. But in any case, the treatment that we received at the Chick-fil-A was far, far superior than anything I've ever experienced in any fast food restaurant and in many mainstay sit down restaurants by far. This is what really shocked me, because I grew up eating at restaurants and experiencing different and diners. So I had the whole spectrum, from high class places down to the hole in the wall places. And really, that Chick fil A experience was quite unique, especially within the niche it's in, within that fast food genre. Absolutely unique. And it's no wonder that after that, I think the next restaurant I saw doing something similar was then McDonald's. I have to say, at least in my eating experiences, um, since we do a lot of travel and we go here and there here in Florida, and sometimes a quick stop by the McDonald's or Chick-fil-A is the thing that is the only option we have at a certain moment in time. And then I started we started noticing McDonald's start to do that, bring it out to the table and things like that. But they still don't have the grace of Chick-fil-A, I tell you right now. And the delivery is not as good as what Chick-fil-A does. So, we have to give a lot of credit to Chick-fil-A for wonderful, wonderful service. And frankly, I've gone more to Chick-fil-A than to McDonald's. I'm not impressed with chicken sandwiches. I prefer the hamburgers. I prefer hamburgers. But I'll stop at a Chick-fil-A more often than I will at a McDonald's, even with their direct to table service, because it just does not compare. Really does not compare. I think they need to pray a little more. But in any case, but it goes to show, what happens is that the culture in the kitchen, the staffing culture is very different from between the Chick-fil-A and any one of the other competitors there. I think the main reason they're so successful is because of that culture. The culture of a business has a lot to do with its success. I mean, any business, if you advertise enough, you can get customers in, you can transact business. Um, the thing is, are you going to be number one in the marketplace? And the thing is that if you're going to grow, you want to ensure success while others fail, you really need to differentiate. Differentiation is a key to success. So I think that you really need to focus on providing quality service, very much so, not as a goal of the corporate office, but as a genuine product of your employee treatment and culture of the company with its employees, its relationship with its employees. You need to foster a different type of corporate atmosphere that will have the end product getting very close to that Chick-fil-A thing, because that Chick-fil-A thing is a good one. It really is. The experience is fantastic. It's phenomenal. So can it be better reasonably? I guess so. There's always room, but in the stark universe of other competitors out there, they're sitting pretty much at the top. So it'd be nice to see if they get some competition out there. It'd be really nice to see that, but It's going to be a long, cold winter before that, right? So anyway, you have to keep the quality in service. It's not just the food, folks. It really isn't. So again, how many things are you going to take care of? One of the main reasons that no business is perfect is because you need like 110% attention on each of these areas. What makes the food great in a restaurant? A chef knows that it's quality ingredients. See, but did you grow the ingredients? Most of you don't. Most of you depend on others to give their 110% to create to produce great ingredients. You see, and you use that 110% from someone else in order to present and do your 110% of what you do. And now we want you to do what? You to give 110% from where? You see? So again, it's difficult for a person to like be perfect in everything. And we see that the restaurants here, the restaurant business is a lot of details, a lot of things that an owner and a chef, if it's a chef owner or not, but the owners have to deal with. They're looking at other factors. They're looking at lowering the cost, yet trying to maintain some quality and for profits. The business is in there for the profits. It's not mama's kitchen. We're here to make money, not just to raise a family. So that's the concerns there. This is basically why some consultants to restaurants actually promote racism. Strikingly, I have to say, they actually promote racism. They even train their corporate clients referring to Pedro. What are you guys doing out there? You got to watch Pedro at the cash register. Come on now, you guys are terrible. That's horrible. Now, if we already did a video on this one franchise location, which was really oppressing its staffers, its workers. It was dismal. It's terrible. Now you guys are consultants. You guys are paying these consultants six-figure income to tell you to be a racist, to treat Pedro, keep an eye out on Pedro. You gotta watch that. It's really sad. It's really sad. You can find YouTube on video. A video on YouTube. Look how mix that one up, where you can actually hear the consultants say that. Outraged. Anyway, so this is the conditions. You have to not treat your staffers in such a way. You need to build culture. How do you deal with this? See, the easy way to do it is like Chick-fil-A does. It builds a culture. It's not building a business in that sense. It's not building the business to be like that. It is building a culture so that the business can be that way. So you need culture developers. You don't need business consultants. Most restaurants, you should have a culture developer that works with the business developers, with the corporate guys. You need a culture guy so that you can work together to build a great atmosphere that when people come in, they receive the service and they sit in this ambiance of happy workers, friendly, serviceable, come and they bring and partake, because they're partaking with the client in the meal. They're part of the meal. The meal tastes better when Pedro comes with a smile and so friendly and treats you like you're the king. You just came in to something else, whatever else, and actually goes above and beyond, to make you feel comfortable, make your children feel comfortable, welcomed, and appreciated. This is invaluable. You always got to get repeat customers and always new ones from the word of mouth. So that is just as important. I think it's vital that you're able to build that culture. So culture building in a restaurant is your easiest way to develop that end result, which is happy customers and returning customers and referring customers. So that's the best situation that you want for your restaurant. And the last line here, wonderful line here, which I'll show you right here, and with that we finish, is a statement shared by the by Alicot CEO Jeffrey Bank, and he's referring to one of his key ingredients for success. And the one thing he said, you can read more at their website, is we want everyone to feel like they're home. See that? We want everyone to feel like they are at home. That's a wonderful statement. And let's switch over here. So that should be the goal. But again, like I said, it shouldn't be the back office goal. It shouldn't be the business goal. It shouldn't be the corporate goal, right? It should be the culture that you develop your company around. So if you're in the best advice to you, if you're in the restaurant business, second to this advice here, is that you build culture. Build your culture, and everything else will fall into place. Great success to you, and bring your culture here. Let's start the culture with this. Take care, and see you next time. Come on in. We're going to talk about how our business network ensures survivability, guaranteed success, really, no matter what happening. We're going to show you how our network really makes surviving this quarantine and other emergencies like this very real. Great insurance that you will come out shining and in profit. So we're going to talk about that today. Join us in restaurant business. And welcome. Thank you for joining us today. We're going in the middle of all of the things going on. That's right. Our business is going straight forward, and we're going to discuss why that is right now. A lot of things going on with the happenings with this quarantine going across the nation, across the world, and I've been telling a lot of my viewers in other shows with other topics and themes, basically, that this is the time, regardless of what's going on, it's really the time to be prepared for the aftermath. In other words, the boom that's going to happen after all of this is said and done. But most of us, most of the people in business are suffering right now. So we're going to talk about how my business network, the things I've been talking about for such a long time, and focusing my business on in these broadcasts, we've been focusing on the details of our business, the features of it, and now we're going to talk about the benefit in light of what's going on around us. Now, I don't know how many of you are really having a rough time now. You should be having a very rough time if you can't be, serving the same amount of food that you did before. You don't have the customers coming in most instances. What do you do? What is it that you do? A lot of you guys had to reassess the way you run your business, and that's unfortunate because that takes time. It takes time to get things changed over into a new way of doing things, to adapt. So when things happen and come to fruition, and then we have to make changes. Those changes can be stressors. Do you have the budget to make the changes? Do you have the staffing to make the changes? Do you have the connections to make those changes and to continue? What happens to marketing? Things like that. There's been a large downgrading of marketing right now, because who are you going to market to? Who's going to buy this and who's going to buy that? Stuff like, but restaurants, that's one thing, is buying things that are not essential, but food is something that people need. And with everything that's going on, there's still a need to to have food, but to also have it. People still need to have a break. They got the kids home 24/7. So it's still, people would still, in this time of quarantine and whatnot, they would want to order something. They would want to have food, restaurant made and delivered, in any sense, or in any case. And this is what we're talking about. So when we talk to you first about the restaurant business, we focused on the network and how vital the network was. Just with our network alone, our network has more customers in it, potential customers for your restaurant in it by itself, regardless of the community around. The network itself is a customer base that many restaurants would be all too glad just to have that. So you have a steady customer base with our network. Again, before I keep going, this is not just for restaurants starting up. It's fantastic. If your restaurant is starting up, it's the best way to get your restaurant started. But also, if you already have an established restaurant, to associate yourself with our network is a no-brainer. And so the benefits are tremendous, especially they're highlighted in situations like this. Now, I'm going to deal with certain things I'm seeing in the news feed so that I can address how our business network, our food network, answers these needs that are evident and prevalent in our society during the quarantine, during this emergency. One of the first things here that I see is the issue with paying the rent to the landlord. If you're a restaurant that pays rent, you don't have any customers, should you be paying rent to the landlord? I talked to you, one of the features that we have in our network is that we build up the restaurants using an incubator type of situation. Also, established restaurants, or those that we have established through, those who started with us, the startups, they can expand into other areas using these incubators. Now, these incubators are different than the meetup incubators, because I know meetup started this food meetup type of WeWork. I think WeWork started that a food incubator type of thing. But the problem with the way they're doing it, obviously they're doing it in the standard fare. You still, you're paying the rent for the space. You're doing they're just facilitating your equipment and space and stuff like that, but they don't do anything else for you in that sense. What we do is that we are connected with a real estate network, and through that real estate network, we're able to provide spaces and a hub space, in fact, especially for the startups, so you can test out your ideas, you can start building up a customer base, etc., etc. And this is a good way for you guys to spread into different cities, different markets. But at the same token, in an emergency such as this, you wouldn't have had to worry about, the rent payments and things like that. Again, when we go into an emergency mode, we're looking to help people survive. And that includes the businesses that are with us. So it would be a better situation for you if you were together with us in a restaurant network like we have, because you'll have more customer base. Number two, you have that in-house customer base, plus that's your marketing base as well. A whole lot of marketers out there spreading the word about your new menu items, the fact that you opened up in such and such an area. And there's a lot of marketing goes on. I'm not going to tell everybody everything we do, because then everyone's going to start to copy. They usually copy from what we're doing. So we're not going to give you all those details out here right now. But the issue is that we have so many ways of marketing and making your restaurant brand, into something that stands out, something that word of mouth in the communities more better than what you'll probably be able to muster for yourselves. And then this issue with the rental payment, if you're going to pay rent, conduct your restaurant activities. So that would have not been an issue for you at all during this emergency. Assessing. And so that's one of the benefits, obviously, of many that we have had, that we will be looking at and dealing with. Also, there's issues of coronavirus insurances, assessing the risk for your restaurant. Again, you wouldn't be alone, so you will have the network of restaurants and our dealings with the insurance agencies to ensure that everyone is protected and covered. Again, the rapidity, or say the ease of having a central accountability in terms of looking for answers and having those answers and implementing things to protect our members is something of great value. Instead of everyone trying to figure out, what do I do? What should I do? You got 100 calls to make again. And all of this delays the process of knowing what's the next step to do, of making changes, adapting, shifting employees, or thinking about how am I going to survive this whole thing. You got your own personal problems to deal with also, right? Your own personal mortgage, your own personal home issues, all of these things. So it's better to have a group of people working with you, understanding what the problem is and dealing with it, than just being, by yourself. Let's see whatever else here. We have people getting help For the restaurant workers, obviously, workers are hard hit through this time. Although with our system, most of our workers, by the way, those who start up the restaurants through us, when you start up through us, your workers would have suffered less of a problem during this emergency because most of our workers are part of a network system, and therefore the economic impact of what's happened now really to restaurants would not have impacted your staff or our staff in your restaurant too greatly. They have other options. We have those options, and that would have been a great help for the restaurant workers. Again, going through this the standard way where everyone your restaurant is independent, it's there, and you have to think about what you're going to do. You have to worry about, you have to fire employees. They have no other recourse. They're out of a job simply. Again, that's more strife. That's more problematic. If things should get better and then you want to reopen, um, the staff may have found a better place. They may have found a different thing. They may have to do something. They may have had to move away. So in the long run, it looks like you suffer more than what you're going to gain in that situation. With our network, your staff and that whole experience is a little more buffered. It's a little more buffered, so you and your staff are able to better survive what's going on. Again, with the power of the network. Also, employees being in part of this network as well, they have resources and network connections that would help them personally, their homes, their families, to get through this situation. And most probably, they will be ready to go once your restaurant is open for business again. But most of the time, your restaurant would not have closed. Would not have closed, is basically what I'm saying. If your restaurant is closed, that's a sad thing. Through our network, they could have stayed open, not that people would be sitting inside the restaurant. It was an easy thing to keep the restaurant producing food and making sales. That is what our restaurant network is doing through its systems. So let's see. There's another article that says after trying off-premise, some restaurants instead opt to close. Let's read a little bit of that. It says the number of independent operators have made the difficult choice in recent days to shutter completely rather than continuing takeout and delivery. And why is that? Because of all of the added logistics which were not inherent with the restaurant originally. See, that is the reason. If you could continue operating your restaurant just like you did the week prior to this quarantine, why wouldn't you? You know, why are you closing the business? You did the restaurant so you can see people actually eating the food. It doesn't make any sense. Because that's what this article is saying. These restaurants couldn't stay open because they needed to see people eating their food. What you need to do, your restaurant, you need to make food in the kitchen, and that food has to reach to the customer, and the customer has to pay money, and that money has to reach you. Period. That's it. If you can maintain that, you don't need people to eat inside the restaurant. But many restaurateurs just don't know how to operate. If everything isn't like normal, they're not able to add that extra mental and capacity or that mental stress, and also to have their staff reassigned to accommodate for a different way of doing business. With our restaurant network, you didn't have to worry about those things because the network is the one that handles that. All you had to do is go to the kitchen, whatever your routine was every day, is go to the kitchen, and the network would have taken care of all the other stuff. Are we going to close? Are you guys going to close? We're going to do change over to delivery. You have no problems. We're handling that. We have delivery. Um, just this is the way we're going to work it, and just that's it. Keep cooking, keep making money. This is what would happen to you if you weren't part of our restaurant business network. Your restaurant will continue making money. You continue doing your work as normal. You impose, of course, in-house health screening and protections for yourselves and also for the customer. That is laid out and straightforward, but you continue doing business, and your customers can continue to patronize the restaurant when they want to. Of course, some restaurants are going to see an effect still, because it's not like normal. People are stocking up. They're going to be home, and then it depends how much money people are keeping and stuff like that. You can offset that with a few, quarantine sales, and reduce the price here and there, make it up later on, later when things get better. So there's other options that you can play with, but at least you can keep the flow going, and keep your name out there, and keep some semblance for people that we're going to get through this. And it's a great time to add into your restaurant delivery things inside the bag or whatnot, a positive note direct from the owner, stuff like this. Really, it's a great moment for things like that and to do great things. So again, we can all shrivel up and shrink and fade away, or we can just keep ourselves as strong, as fortified as possible, and to strengthen the communities that we serve by maintaining ourselves as much as we can. And with a network such as ours, you can do it more than most. And that's why it's sad to see some of these restaurants, or most of them, are closing their doors. This article is at Restaurant Business Online under Operations, and it says that it's by Heather Lally. Let's see that article here for a moment. See if we can get that in on the screen here for you guys. It says, as the coronavirus pandemic continues, a number of independent restaurant operators that had pivoted to takeout and delivery options are making a difficult decision to close completely, with the hopes of reopening once the crisis passes. Right? So they're doing the turtle shell thing. Let me also down here. And they're doing the turtle shell method, which is to shutter up and weather it through. For some, it's purely a business decision, the result of an inability to bring in, this is the point, inability to bring in enough revenue solely via off-premise means. But that's because they don't have a network. Hello? They don't have a network. This is the whole point I've been saying. You guys who were thinking before to start a restaurant, now really learn this. Learn what's happening, because this is not the last time. If you guys want to do restaurant business, you have to get ready to have to deal with this in the future more often than not. So you need to understand it. Either you're not going to go into business at all if you don't pandemic proof your business and your restaurant. So you need to understand that working with a business network, a restaurant network like we have, we help you, give you an ability to bring in enough revenue. from different models, and you simply, when you are unable to continue one model, you just continue on with the others, because at any moment the other is available to you and should be operating for you at all times. I don't know if some of you, oh yes, yes, because even in this in the food business URL, and what some people may get confused with is, let me just try. I have to redo those scenes for you. What some people may get confused with is that the the things we talk about in the food business video at the URL that you have to look at that we sent to you, that video is talking mainly about owning the menu of a restaurant. It's like for people who want to start up in the food business, but maybe they don't want to or don't have the money to start up the restaurant. Well, they can start up with the menu, of the restaurant, an online menu. The people make orders and whatnot, and they participate in the profits of one of our restaurants. But also, they may be in preparation to open up a restaurant of their own with our facilities, with our assistance. So this is why this program is, even though it's geared to the person that wants to start a restaurant from scratch, doesn't have a lot of money necessarily. Maybe they do, but it's risky, right? You're gonna spend the last 50,000 you have, that you got from an inheritance or for some winnings or from some sale of some land, someplace or whatever, and you really want to do a restaurant. You don't want to put everything and risk it like that. So this becomes a better option for you to get in, have the structure around you, and build up comfortably with a structure of support. So that's what this thing does. But it also helps the restaurateur that's already established and wants to also benefit from a structure, especially to buffer in cases like we're going through now, like a pandemic like now, or a national emergency, but also then to be able to expand with that same buffer, with that same supportive structure. You see, it's using your brain to make things a little bit more easier for you and just make great decisions that really impact your business in a big way. These people, these restaurateurs could have used it. They don't know about us. We're just getting started out there. My little videos are little videos. But, if they had known of what we offered, even beforehand, they would have been better situated, automatically be able to, and not even switch. It's just continue, because the revenue would have continued. Simply, no more people sitting inside the restaurant. That's all. But everything else would have continued, even would have gone greater, because the people who used to come in and sit down, they're going to order. They would have gone and ordered and have it delivered to their home. So this is what our network does, and is ready at any moment to deliver to our membership, to those who are part of our network. So yes, and so here you see it. You can see it in this article very clearly. Let's go back there so you can see that. And forgive me for the switching thing. They finally resolved that with our broadcast software. They finally got that resolved. But this particular scene, broadcast phase, has not been updated with it yet. So I'm going to do that right after this show. It's the first show I've done in some time. So you see here, the pressure on independent operators amid this pandemic is enormous, as many do not have cash reserves. I mean, they put everything down into the restaurant. So things I've been saying all the time. or the ability to assume large amounts of additional debt. You see, so they would assume more debt because they have to refurbish, they have to readjust to do things a little differently, and so they're unable to do that now. But if you had a network that was already geared to doing that, then it wouldn't have been a big problem. And that's what our network does. So at any given moment, because our network handles all different types of delivery options of food. We have our restaurant branding, in-house sit down, but we also have a massive delivery system, period. Okay, so we have, again, our network focuses on various features that would help a restaurant survive a pandemic such as this, and even an extended period of time, and gain market share. Because while these other guys are shutting down, we would be expanding your market share, because the people will be looking for an option, looking for something, and you will be the one able to deliver and bring it there, and they will discover your restaurant, your menu items, wonderful, and your great messaging during this event, during this time, and positive notes and things like that we recommend that you do. Like I do these videos, I'm going to tell you guys, listen, we have, you should be drawing up a little piece of paper that says XYZ. We'll probably send it out to you, make your printer print them out, put them in every package, and people getting these positive messages. This is great time for good word of mouth, sending out some great food, doing some great things, great press releases, really taking advantage while others are shut down in their homes, moping and wondering when they're going to come out of this, and how they're going to come out of this, and how they're going to get started again in their restaurant. You guys will be gaining territory and expanding your customer base. This is what our network really allows you to do during times like this. Here's one person, one chef says, I wanted to keep working because this is my only source of income. This is one of the workers. I was basically begging him to keep the restaurant open. See? And right now, if you start with us, if you had started with us and your staffing is composed or comprised of our staffing, your staff would not be saying this. Your staff is happy with us, okay? Because again, I'm not going to give out the whole secrets here, but your staff is not suffering this when you're getting them from us. Okay, this is not happening. And so you have all of this. It's a lot of things going on, folks. Listen, I'm not going to belabor this point. This is just one of the things that our network, you wouldn't be suffering with our network at all. Let's see what else we can find. Here we got $15,000 in aid payments to small restaurants. Swamped. So it shows you where the urgency that these restaurants have for cash. This is the reality. This is why I know that my restaurant network is the best solution. That's the proof. It's the absolute proof right there. You would do far better with my restaurant network than you will going alone. These guys are out there doing it alone. They're in deep trouble right now. We got the big guys getting credit downgrades. I don't know why anyone is bothering giving anyone any credit downgrade. This is the problem with that system, right? We have a national emergency, and these guys are busy lowering their credit rating. It's just ridiculous. Who's the enemy here? Who's the enemy? Okay. So let me, before I go on trying to look for other stuff, let me just deal with the big elephant here in the room, okay? Which isn't me. the big elephant in the room, and that is how exactly could you have gotten started again back when the pandemic started going strong and the quarantine happened, no one could go into the restaurant. The reality was that when you see this program and you see this video had that URL, you will see that one of the things that we develop while you're developing the restaurant and your restaurant business, the things that are going on in your area and your target market is also that there's a delivery system being developed. And it isn't just for your restaurant. This is the thing you have to understand. We have over 10 to 15 different networks in a given city. And these networks are building up delivery transportation systems that support those networks. Now, between the 10 to 15 networks with transportation support, you think that you can get transportation for your food delivery made for you, have for your restaurant? Of course, immediate. That's not even a question. This is ready. The moment you and during the time that you're with us and you have a delivery, you don't. It's not an issue that you need to call Uber Eats or this other company, whoever else is doing these delivery of food, and they're charging their customer, or they're charging something from you, whichever way it is. You don't have to worry about getting all that set up and putting it in place because it's already in place. When you start your restaurant up with our restaurant network, it's already in place. It develops within other networks. Every network that we have, and we have 10 to 15, not restaurant, only one of them. One of the 10 through 15 networks is restaurant based, it's food. The other 10 to 15, the other 10 to 14 are different types of business networks. Okay, but they are all people, right? They're all people, and they all need delivery of something, here or there, some more than others. But the fact is that they're all developing and helping to develop a delivery network of cars and vehicles and trucks. So this delivery network is always available to the restaurant. They are your delivery network. Okay, so this is all of our restaurants in our network enjoy having automatically delivery service. Automatically, it's built in. Nothing else to worry about. With that delivery service is marketing. These are the guys who are marketing as well, and the others in the other network, not just the transportation guys are marketing your restaurant, but the other network partners are also marketing you and calling. They're the ones calling for lunch. They'll be calling your restaurant. You're in the network. You're going to get calls. You're the one going to bring the food to the office. So this is simple as can be. So the restaurant, when you start your business with our network, your restaurant is servicing our networks, 10 to 15 other networks, full of people. And on top of that, all of those people are promoting your restaurant. And on top of that, they're all developing your delivery system. So that's why our restaurants don't suffer these issues that all these other restaurants are suffering. They have to change over. Now we have to see how we can do and make profits via delivery only. And again, you weren't known for that because part of the delivery thing is to be known to deliver. If you were a sit-in restaurant, you're not known to deliver. I mean, there's some restaurants, I can think of right now that I would never think they have someone available to deliver, and probably they do, but I wouldn't think of it. I wouldn't even know about it, and you're not advertising it right now either, right? So this is the issue. That's why it was better for them to close. But none of our restaurants have that issue because our restaurants, all the customers know they can get this delivered. Simple. and period. And so that is the great difference. So now that we've eliminated the money issue, we've eliminated the lack of income due to the pandemic and inability to shift over to off-site servicing of clients. That's resolved because our system is based on off-site. I'm sorry, it's geared, not based on, but it's easily geared for the off-site premise of the restaurant. Matter of fact, we are geared to help kitchen-only restaurants. These are restaurants that don't have any place to sit down. They're just the kitchen. And it's purely 100% delivery. So that's where our delivery system and delivery network is already built there. It's already set up for that. So any of our member restaurants would not have suffered that. Our marketing, it's just right on ball. Right now, people are playing, staying home. They're playing games. They're doing other things. And I can tell you, if you were in our network, they would know about your business, your restaurant. They would know that you're able to make deliveries, and they would call. You would be making sales. So that's the bottom line. And there's a lot of people who are still making income. You say people losing their jobs. Well, that's true. A lot of people are losing their jobs, but also a lot of people they have money. They still have money. There's still people making money. They're not all the private jobs may have gone down, but there's other jobs that have not. They're still getting their checks. And so there's still customers out there to be had. But and since the other restaurants are closing down, the other restaurants are not able to compete because we have the network, we have the folks. You will be gaining those customers. And after everything is over, you would have more customers. You would have the customers. These guys who are going to be starting up after the pandemic, start opening, they might as well have to start they have to start from ground one, from block one, first step, because you would have won over their customers during this time. It's a very important time of great opportunity for your restaurant to prosper. But most restaurants, as you see, are unable to take advantage of it. In terms of being successful in business and successful, especially in the restaurant business, not easy. Having the advantage makes the difference. And this is your advantage. So take advantage of it. I hope you all keep yourself safe and you all come out of this, well and able to get back to your businesses. And those of you thinking about starting or restarting your restaurant business, get an advantage, because this is not the last time something like this is going to happen. And you need this in your corner. Have a good day and see you guys soon. Take care.
Extreme Real Estate Investing Workshop, now an online webinar experience. Learn how to turn any property, even raw land or teardowns, into cash cows in a few simple steps. We've shown students last year how to turn as little as $300 into $60,000. In fact, we're teaching you to do this with just $25. But the opportunity is quickly fading away. Hundreds of unique strategies jam-packed into our online webinar, ready right now for you to watch. Start your Extreme Profit Real Estate Investing experience now at classiforium.com today. The key to business success is having an advantage, plain and simple. And as a business broker with our network, there can be no greater advantage that you can give your business. Now, this is our business broker opportunity. Is not just for people thinking of starting a business. You could be someone looking for a business to begin, and becoming a business broker with us would be, perfect for you and wonderful. But also, the business broker program is the best option for any established business or business person to really get an unfair advantage, really, in your city over everyone else. You can be even a salesman. You could be selling some product to businesses, for example, and starting this business brokerage as a side business would give you an unfair advantage over anyone else or your competitors for the product that you are selling, as well as making your side business really become your main business. There's no way it's not going to be. So I suggest that you take a look at our business brokerage program and look at all the things that you'll control and that will empower your profits as you begin your journey as a business broker in our network. It's a fantastic program, and it really will make you stand out in the community. And your business services, if you have a business already, even your sales career, if you're a salesman for a B2B product, it's really going to be a perfect union and a perfect way, masterful way really, to dominate the market in your neck of the woods. Take a look at it right now. So if the pandemic wasn't bad enough for you, now, and the unknown presidential outcome of the election, that wasn't worded right, but you know what I'm talking about. If that wasn't bad enough, now that apparently that solar activity in the sun is getting ready to potentially knock our power out. That's it. So y'all with your crypto, you better lock that bad boy up someplace, wrapped in lead. And everyone else, you've got some issues. I've been telling you guys, even if it doesn't happen, I'm not gonna frighten you guys, but you should be ready by now, aren't you? Don't tell me. I don't want to hear it that you are watching this and you are not ready for an emergency. After all this already, come on. Okay. So listen, we have our programs, our Emergency Owners Association program. We have our Farm Owners program. If you're not farming right now, you don't have a farm, that's another thing. You're really, really risking it. Even if you live in a studio apartment in a big city, you can have a farm. Our program shows you how you can do that, and you can be receiving, when there's no food in the supermarket, you can be receiving food in your home, okay? Receiving food, staying alive, all right? While other people are scavenging and whatever to survive and dying, you will survive, you and your family. Again, if you don't have these things in place, there are just a few spots available, especially for that emergency program. Don't fool around with it. A lot of people like to troll my videos and say negative things and call me a grifter and scam artist and all this, all this false accusations. But the bottom line, when the sun solar flare hits the fan, that's going to be the end of all of that BS. Okay, and those people who took my advice, those are the ones that are going to survive. Make it you and your families. Stop the silliness, stop your stupid thinking, and take some action. So, I'm going to give you guys, and I'm praying that this solar thing is nothing right now, but one of these days it's going to be. One of these days something's going to happen, and you know that. You guys got to feel it in your gut, but then it'll be too late. You got to get started now. So I'm also Did you ever have like things that you needed and you couldn't get because you just don't make enough money? That's the reason you need to start your own business. Some people think, the only thing about starting a business like to make money, to, instead of having a job, or to quit your job, etc., etc. But one thing that a lot of people don't think about, and you should, is that you should start a business just to pay for things you couldn't afford otherwise. So you don't have to be a big success. All you have to make enough money to pay for X, Y, Z. Maybe to pay for a vacation every year. It could be just enough money to pay for medical, health insurance, something like that. So a lot of people need that. So, revisit starting a business. Everyone can start a business. You'll be surprised things that you can do that you can build a business around. One of the easiest ones and the most profitable right now is the business broker opportunity that we offer. You'll be seeing, if you're watching this on our broadcast channels, you'll be able to see those videos about a business brokering opportunity. And the reason for that is that for most of the work, so-called, that you'll need to do, all you have to do is transfer the client or the phone call to us, and we'll handle those clients. We'll do the consulting for you. We'll do the heavy lifting. You don't have to worry about anything like that. And what that does is that it frees you up to stay at your 9-to-5 job, to live your life the way you're living it now, not make any significant changes at all, and increase your income. And like I said, maybe you're not interested in a 6-figure income or a 7-figure income. You don't need to get that. If you don't want that, you don't need to build it to that degree. Maybe you need some medical insurance. Maybe you want to invest in real estate. You want to be able to have a cushion to do some project or some real estate development or something else like that, or have just to put away for retirement or for a rainy day. These things you can do by starting a business like our business broker, because the business broker, you don't really have to invest in land or equipment or buying a building, you know. You don't have to like buy an established business. This is something that you can start and work from home, and you get the tax benefit. You get that money back in your tax refund at the end of the year. Anything that's involved in like the licensing and getting it started with our network. But outside of that, everything's positive with that. You get the benefits that, you know, you make money. You get what you want. You know, if you need the medical insurance, you want to pay, even if you want your rent paid. I mean, you just live rent free because the business is paying for your rent. Things like that. And all those, again, exactly what you do with that income, you have to check with your tax accountant. I'm not giving you tax advice. Just ask your tax people how to handle that income and how to handle the things that you get for yourself in the business or from the business. That's something for them to work out with you. But it is definitely an easy option for most of you. Instead of waiting for a salary raise, waiting for something else to help to play, you guys playing lotto. I mean, you know, you guys, come on. Right now, this is your lotto. You can decide to make 7 figures, period. Just make the decision and become a business broker in our network. Plus the fact that at least if you join up and you're the only one in that city, you'll have exclusivity and you have no way of losing, because actually you're the one and only person that other businesses will be able to depend on to get the services that we provide, to get the benefits from our network. And there are so many businesses that you'll be able to help. I mean, you'll be the most connected individual in your city once you get up and rolling. So consider those things and those benefits. What would that mean to your bottom line? You know, these are the things you have to consider. And look at our video, the broker business broker, at mycbh.com/LP/BB. That's it. Okay. Here waiting for the kids, a bus, traffic going by, you know, and that's our daily thing. Okay? Right now, I'm still making money, even though I'm walking out here. I could go to the beach. Yesterday we were at Animal Kingdom and still making money, because everything goes on even when I'm not there, not around. That's a sweet and beautiful thing. Take care. Thank you. Welcome. We're talking about starting a business, a restaurant business, and providing tips. This is the business tips for starting a restaurant and preventing failure risks. This is what we're going to talk about today in today's program. Again, below
you can see the URL of our very unique and successful way to start your restaurant dream. If it's your dream is to open your own restaurant, you have this great, fantastic food business idea. It doesn't have to be a restaurant. You can be thinking, hey, a food truck thing, you want to get started. It has to a business of food, frozen food, whatever. This is the best way for you to do that. So I want you to take a note of that URL right now. And also, it's great for someone who just wants to, you went to the Chinese food store, you were there waiting for your Chinese food on a Friday, Saturday night, and you notice that phone is ding, 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 ringing off the hook every darn minute, 3, 4 phone calls. The guy has 3, 4 people always on hold, taking their orders one after the other, boom, 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 and you're saying, look, that's 25, that's 40, that's $30. That's every few seconds, everything's going like this. And if you ever said to yourself, "More, I would love to have a business that's ringing off the hook like that," you can do this because you don't have to open a restaurant with this program. You can own part of that restaurant. You could be making money every time the phone rings. So take a look at that video after this one. Right now in this video, we're going to talk about preventing restaurant failure. And I'm going to bring your attention to an article here today. So let's take a look at that right now. Here in this article, we're at Kansas City's Business Journal, and we have an article discussing 2 more area restaurants will close. Okay, so a lot of times in our program, we're talking about business success, restaurant success in particular in these series. But now we're going to focus on failures. The reason you want to look at failures is because you want to see what things cause a restaurant, in this case, a restaurant to fail. And the reason you want to study stuff like that is to help you prevent failure yourself when you have your own restaurant business. It goes to show the quality or the features that we have in our business restaurant startup so that you can see that what we're doing, what we're offering you is actually the best way to go about the restaurant business. Matter of fact, you may be a restaurateur already. You may own your own restaurant. And I'm going to show you why, even though you own your own restaurant, the business opportunity that we have offers you a best path towards expansion of your restaurant, expansion of your brand without franchising, by the way, meaning that you keep all the profits from hundreds of restaurants with our program. So make sure you take down that URL. It'll show up again later on as I go full screen and also at the end of the program. So stay tuned with your pen, pencil, and take that note down. Right now, why are these restaurants closing? So let's study 2 here with this Kansas City Business Journal. The string of restaurants have closed recently in Kansas City Metro, and 2 more being added to that list. So we see a lot of places are suffering also either from having too many restaurants that basically are not adding anything to the restaurant scene. It's also a possibility. These are one of the things that you have to look at. It's your restaurant and your restaurant idea, concept even. Is this something that's an additional? Is it something that is would have value for people to actually, make the effort to, go to your business and to patronize your business? Quality is one thing, but in terms of marketability, is your restaurant something that is appealing, that makes a person want to, let's try that restaurant, or let's go there, or even and then once they go there, to even be willing to spread the word. Hey, I just stayed at this fabulous restaurant. Again, you have to understand, it's not as simple as just serving up another sandwich. You have to have some wow value because there's already a sandwich place. There may be already 2, 3 sandwich places. One of them or two, they usually national brands. So when someone comes in with a national brand, it's like a automatic. Oh, we have one of these now in our city, But that can be easily overcome. That can be challenged. It can be at least met with a restaurant brand, a restaurant offering that has some wow to it. And this is a very important aspect that you have to consider. Does your restaurant, does your restaurant's menu have that wow factor? The menu and the actual delivery and presentation. Is it a wow of the taste? Everything is it's involved with that. Does your restaurant have that wow value added to it? We have here the Food's Fabulous Cafe, which opened 13 years ago in Leeward, plans to close for good at 4 p.m. on Christmas Eve. What a sad thing for Christmas Eve. The doors will be closing right there before Christmas. Thanks so much to everyone. It's a quote who has supported our little family owned and operated shop. Okay, we would have been gone long ago were it not for the support of this outstanding neighborhood. Again, though, isn't that an obvious statement? I mean, what other neighborhood are you depending on for you to survive? You see a statement like that, and it kind of makes me cringe because what it tells me is that this was a restaurant that it was just there to support a family. It was there to give them something to do every day. You know what? And that's really sad. I mean, you don't go into a business just to as an excuse not to go to work. You go to a business because you want that independence and you want to be financially independent. There's a reason behind that. So you always want to see growth. You want to see expansion. And right here we have no ideation is hinted at any attempt to expand, any attempt to grow. It's just simply we started this little thing and we've been surviving on vapors all these years, and it's really just sad. When you open a business, any business, doesn't have to be just a restaurant, but you don't want to be just riding on vapors. You want to have success. You want to grow successfully. You want to have a sure initial success and build upon that. So that's what you want to do is building. And once you lose the vision of building, then it's done. You're just waiting until you just can't breathe anymore. This is basically what happened to this restaurant. There has to be progress, expansion. I did a previous show prior to this where you have McDonald's, you have the likes of what was the other one? Domino's Pizza, expanding globally, expanding into the Malaysian, Asian world. 400 restaurants, the other 300 restaurants, etc., expanding, opening new restaurants. We talked about a airline that's opening restaurants because they have something wow. They have a wow, as I was explaining to you before, and they're bringing that wow from their airplanes, from their air flights, and opening up hundreds of restaurants all over Asia. These are people. The restaurant business is something that has to expand. You have, the food. It's the food business is a big business. There's a lot of money in the food, any food business. There's a lot of money to be made. So again, if you're not looking at expansion, then and you're owning a food concern, then you really, what are you doing? It looks like you're not really having the right perspective, and I think that affects a lot. And we're going to see how that may have affected what happened to the second second restaurant that's closing. We'll take a look on how that may affect it. But in any case, you have to have in your restaurant, you have to have the impetus and vision, and you have to have the capacity to grow. Here, these folks, they're good folks, they're honest folks. They, they had a good probably home style type of cooking really friendly atmosphere. I'm sure they had these good qualities in this restaurant, in this shop, and it's, but again, without that way of that pathway to expansion and to grow and to make it something bigger, they were really just limited. We're going to look at what the article says here. Very good. You got to read these articles, and this author here for this article at the Kansas City Business Journal just did a great job. Leslie Collins here, staff writer for the Kansas City Business Journal, just really a good job in bringing out some salient points here. And this is what it says here in continuance. We've opened here 13 years ago, continued the statement from its owners, a commitment from the owners of Ranchmont Shopping Center that the property, they did that with the commitment from this property owner. It's another issue. You're not just in your restaurant business affected by the place, the other factors, the element stakeholders that you're dependent on. And one of these things is that when you're renting, and when you're renting, a lot of your success, obviously, of the location, depends on what these guys are doing, the owners of the location. So that you have to be very careful. Of course, not every restaurant can own their own property or have a long-term, non-consequential lease option, which is what most of the brands have. They look for land. They look for commercial land where they can be this either the sole or an anchor in a mall. They want to have certain features and certain guarantees when you sit down and negotiate that lease. Most of these franchises, they tend to do it alone. In other words, they want that commercial lot, and they'll build on it and whatnot, and you get the owner gets lease rentals, and they don't have to worry about anything. The franchise company comes in, builds, puts it up, and they have X amount of years. These are usually long-term leases, and everyone's happy. The owner has nothing to worry about in terms of the property owner. Nothing to worry about. Doesn't have anything to concern himself with. They're just getting a check every month, plain and simple. And the franchise is the one that built the place and whatnot. And when time goes, when their lease is up and they don't wish to renew the lease, which rarely happens in these successful brands, right? But when they don't want to renew the lease, they just simply leave. And the owner has a commercial lot that's developed now. It has a former restaurant, branded restaurant, sitting on it and waiting for someone else to come in and do something with it. So it's a win-win. Everybody wins in that type of situation. But again, the lease owner or the franchise owner of this restaurant enjoys having their own place, not bothered by anything that the landlord is doing elsewhere or alongside the property, because they're basically running the shop there. The landlord has nothing to do with anything. There's no reason to bother. And so that's like the best way to do it. But when you're starting out a restaurant, you just don't have that opportunity. You don't have the money for that. And so you really shouldn't be doing that in any case. But unfortunately, we get into situations, into scenarios where the mall owner in this case is not keeping up with promises. These are promises. One thing about promises is that you have to make sure that there is a capacity from the person making the promise to fulfill those promises. We opened here 13 years ago with a commitment from the owners of Ranchmont, it's a shopping center, that the property would be remodeled within a year. Now, after hanging on in half-vacant, outdated center and patiently waiting for that to happen, we've been informed that our space has been leased to a national tenant. So here again, you don't have that situation that I described, right? The other situation was that the tenant is the one who decides when they're going to go or they want to stay. They just have to pay the agreed upon payments. Simple as that. again, a preferred scenario. Here, you're really a victim whenever you're renting normally to whatever a landlord wants to do. Sometimes they have a better deal with a national client like this. It's probably a national chain. Once that location is offering big money, and do you know what the key is here? I want to know if you guys are thinking business wise. Why do you think that Ranchmart is kicking this restaurant out in favor of this national tenant? Why do you think that? Because that national tenant is going to do what? Going to do what Ranchmart promised they would do, but couldn't deliver. Now they have this national tenant going to come in, and that national tenant is going to do what? He's going to fix up the whole place. I wouldn't be surprised if it fixes up the whole mall, wherever that shopping center is. I wouldn't be surprised if they fix that whole place. I wouldn't be surprised. But in any case, they don't have to, because all they have to do is just put up their sign. It's a national brand, remember. And that will automatically become a quality feature of this mall. The mall will be able to claim that, and probably, absolutely truthfully, that more people are now coming to the mall. There are now more customers coming to this mall, and the mall is getting better, and they'll be able to charge more rents with this better environment and better mall because of this brand, national branded restaurant that's coming in. Not that it is a restaurant, I'm just saying. If they didn't have a McDonald's, if they didn't have a Chick-fil-A or something like that, they, before in that area, now it's coming into the Ranch Mart. Wow, so everybody in the community is going to know that that's happening, and will start coming to the Ranch Mart, again, making the mall more trafficked, making the value of having a business at the mall more valuable as well, and worth more higher rent. And this is basically what they've done. Unfortunately for Foo, they're left out in the cold without a bucket to piss in. So simply, in the Facebook post, Foo's owner Jeff Stottle said the family-owned restaurant, always a family-owned restaurant, had hoped to relocate and search for a space, but nothing met their needs. See, unfortunately, they're unable to find suitable space, and because again, they're trying to do a restaurant the traditional way. Again, we offer a different way of doing things, a different perspective. And so that's why we're doing these shows, so that you guys, restaurant owners, you may already have a restaurant and you're scratching your head. How do we grow? How do I get out of this little trap? Because I know there's a lot of you restaurant owners right now that feel that you're trapped. You can't do anything. The business is kind of stagnant, and you're just hoping that things get better. And you really need to do something. You just can't stay that way, because one of these mornings you're going to wake up to some bad news. Simply look into our network. Think about joining us and getting something moving. You need to start your escape plan, and our program offers you the best option at a cost that is just ridiculously low, lower than probably what you're paying your waiters right now in your restaurant. Absolutely. So you got to come and look at that program for yourself after this show ends. Ranchmont North Shopping Center near 95th Street and Mission Road is planning a $47 million renovation that includes replacing the facade, adding a plaza area and more parking aisles, and replacing a former bowling alley on the northeast side with a two-story office and retail building. Big plans. Now that you're getting this national tenant, so they're doing their own thing. Ranchmont are doing a smart thing. They're doing their own thing. They're looking at what? They're looking at progress. They're looking at expansion. Unfortunately, the family-owned restaurant wasn't. They were thinking about it, they wanted, but they were depending. They had too much dependency on another entity that was planning their own expansion and whatnot. Without network, we have the network that's available for you to expand into. Simply, that's what it's there for. So that's the difference. You have to, when you're positioning your business, your restaurant, you need to know, have a plan that's solid, not depending on a landlord here and a landlord there, see if you can find the adequate rate. You can't do it. You're not going. It's tough enough to compete with quality food, quality menus, and good marketing. You're lucky to succeed. Now you have to now be a wizard in order to create a method for you to expand and open up a different location, add multiple locations, etc., etc. And you know that without network, you don't need to worry about franchising. You don't need the franchise. You can pocket all of the profits from each and every location. It's obviously something that you have to look into. Ranch wants to develop a cadence real estate, offered to allow foods to stay until next summer, but Stottle said in the post that the family decided to cut out losses and start a new chapter. Hopefully they'll come and start a new chapter with us. That's what we're hoping. So if you know the Stottles, send them this information. Otherwise, this is the situation they were looking at. They saw no hope. They saw no reason to continue. And this is a bad place for a restaurant owner to find himself. But you know what? To their credit, at least they realized where they were. They could have stayed for another year, but they're cutting their losses, meaning they were losing. So that's what that shows you. Even though they were there, they were open, they weren't really making what they really wanted to make it worth their while. And since there was no path forward, why continue? Let's start now and start moving to something else. So in addition to frozen custard, the cafe serves made from scratch breakfast and lunch, and that includes items as Belgian waffle, bun, meat sandwich, and Billy's cheesesteak. So that's the first problem. Now let's look at the second one. On the Missouri side, we have Rockstar Burgers. It plans to shutter its West Bottoms restaurant at 1611 Genesee Street. Manager confirmed that plan closing to Fox 4, but did not say when the restaurant will close. Basically, this restaurant is having some problems. They have some serious problems. They're plagued with issues, as it says, liquor license violations, assault, and warrant arrest. I mean, this restaurant was having some bad press. And having bad press issues is, I think, something that is horrible. It's just horrible. I remember seeing one of those episodes. I think it's Food on the Food Network, where the restaurant guru goes in and helps resurrect these failing restaurants. And because the restaurant owner was having great difficulty making profits at his location, or having financial troubles. We don't know what the issue was. Was it the owner who wasn't making profits, or the result of his the way he was managing, was mismanagement that created the ambiance that fostered, reduced clients, customers, and therefore created his financial woes. A little bit, you couldn't determine it. More or less, you could have come up with the opinion that it was the owner's mismanagement from day one, which is usually the case. When you don't maintain a good morale in the restaurant with your staffing, if you get too much, there's a lot of advice about how to check on Mario or Juan out there in the back office over there in the kitchen. Some of you guys in the restaurant business, you gotta be careful how you treat your employees, because the way you treat your employees is they're the ones that are dealing with your customers. I mean, you guys want to talk about shooting yourselves in the head or in the foot. These guys are working with the client directly. That's your face. And if you are oppressing your face is going to look depressed and sad. And it's not going to give the client any good vibes. And when the client has an issue, the face that you have put there in front of them is going to tell them, listen, I got problems of my own. So if you don't like the food, then you go someplace else. That type of attitude is just really, and you can't blame Juan because you guys are oppressing him in the kitchen. And you guys who are restaurant owners know what I'm talking about. I've even heard a restaurant guru, you know who you are, refer to the staff in a very low and condescending sense. You guys got to be kidding me in this day and age. So again, treat your staff, okay, to as you would treat a customer, because they are treating your customers. Show them how you want the customer treated. Treat them the same way. Do not oppress your staff members to the point where they're going and getting off their fumes, or transferring their pain and their trauma onto your customer, because that's your business on the line. So that's one of the big things. This guy is closing because he just has a fighting parlor there. Matter of fact, that's a better business that he should have started, not the restaurant business. Again, those people dealing with the public, you really need to treat them well. I got another story from you from a very famous name brand. I will not say the name because the brand wasn't at fault. It was the franchise owner who owned that particular store. His When I walked into the store, we were looking at what they had available, and while I was watching this, I was looking at the employees. Of course, it's one of those stores, one of those food places. It wasn't a restaurant. It was a food place related to food, where you see everything being made. So you can see the machines making whatever it is that they're selling, and you see the employees there, taking things out, putting stuff in, whatever it is, doing the work that they have to do. But one thing that struck me immediately was the sad faces. Everybody had a sad face on. There was not one smile in the lot. And I'm looking at them and trying to see who the manager is or whatnot, and this and that. And then obviously something had transposed, just a little slight little question or something like that, and it became obvious that they were restricted. And I had my oldest son with me, and he's a manager of another business place, not food related, but he manages people. And then he started questioning, did you what is the I noticed that what's the problem? Something going on here? And the guy said, no, it's all right. It's just that we can't do certain things here because something happened and the phone rang. This is what happened. The phone started ringing, and we see one of the employees take up the phone, and he said, yeah, no, it's like I told them already, this and that, yeah, like that, something like that. And then the other guys had a reaction. And so what was the guy that was on the phone, or the female, whoever it was the manager. Now in this place they have cameras all over the place. This guy's managing from a remote location, from another location. Probably has a few of these food places that is under his control or supervision or ownership. We don't know. It's probably the owner. And all he does is monitoring these his food places from his computer. He's looking at everything and calls in whenever he sees somebody, I guess, not doing something or whatever. Again, these people, these workers here were feeling oppressed. They felt that someone's looking over their shoulder all the time, which I personally hate. I really hate someone looking over my shoulder. I get disturbed whenever anyone's in my office. I'm trying to do a broadcast and somebody's in my office. Come on, get out of here. I got to do my office and I got to worry about you, shifting through papers or looking for something. So that's a bother. Nobody wants to be working like that. Again, these people are working under this supervision, real virtual supervision, and they feel like they're children and being treated like children, and they're all resentful. And guess who noticed? The customer. This is the thing about that. I I haven't returned to that place. I don't want to see those faces. I really, it disturbs me to go to a food place or any place for that matter and see people who need psychotherapy. I do that myself. I do psychotherapy. Why do I have to go to a food place and be served by people who need someone to talk to? I go to take a break, and I have to deal with the what I call the inmates. It's sad. It really is sad, and to see this going on in this day and age. So obviously, that's an example of what I'm saying. You're turning off customers. You're trying to run this ship shop operation, and you're going by the great guru advice out there, but you guys are just killing yourselves. You're really killing yourselves. You're losing a lot of profit because people like me, we don't go and patronize. We're not going to go and pay. It's not a fun place to go. It's not a place that I want to go and eat, knowing that they're being oppressed because they have it on their face. The guy didn't have to tell me. They didn't have to tell my son. They told my son. They told me. I said, I thought so, because I can see that these guys are really not happy here, and I don't want to eat when people are unhappy. It's just simple. I mean, uh, again, you guys want to make money in the food. If you're only interested in making money in the food business, just come to the URL here. Okay, you don't have to oppress anyone. You don't have to risk all your money. You don't have to do that. You make money from your ching ching every time the cash register goes, and you want to make money, then this is for you. Stay home, watch YouTube videos, make money in the food business. Okay, leave the restauranting to people who love their customers and love their employees. Simple as that. You stay home, make money. Okay, so that's what you need to do. Now, if you are interested in owning your own restaurant and building a successful restaurant that you can expand easily into other markets, then you too come here and treat your staff well. Those are your real customers. You cannot get closer to your customer than through your staff. Love them. Take care and see you in a few minutes at the restaurant URL. Success to you.